Who do I give the microphone? Okay, good morning, cooperators. Morning. Okay, according to my view, this document was drafted by some order. We cannot change anything at this moment. Let us proceed. If you feel the heat is too much, just go away and rest. Please, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can give Professor there. Last comment, then we move on.
Thank you.
We move on so that we get...
Yeah, thank you. Member number 65. I'm happy with what Kabaj has raised. Sorry, member, honorable member. However, issues of minutes are very important. They normally give birth. They sign pointers on things that have not been addressed. Therefore, Chair, I'm proposing that we adopt the agenda the way it is and humbly request whoever is taking charge to move faster. There is a way you can summarize things so that we move faster as we adopt this agenda the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So who proposes the agenda? You give us your name and PF number. Proposer?
Unaona kitu yenye iko, tuko na ile chain of command. Chain of command, tunafuata utaratibu wake, vile iko na iharakishwe kwa utaratibu. Yani haraka, at least. Chain of command, vile imepangwa yote iko sawa.
Member,
iko 1006, Jared Sindu. 1006.
Asante. Seconder?
I second the adoption of agenda. My name is Jairus Odawa, PF number 339.
Thank you, member. Asante. Tunaendelea to the next agenda item to confirm and adopt minutes of 19th Annual General Meeting held on 1st April 2023. The Secretary, you can lead us through the minutes. As I consult, you know, this job is difficult sometimes. I'm well guided. We go page by page. Page 5 is on members present. Kindly confirm if your name is correctly captured with the PF. Page 6 of what happened. Proposer.
My name is Rotich, PF 116. I propose 10 minutes.
Thank you. Seconder. Seconder, those people who are in attendance.
My name is David Machanje, PF 758. I second.
Thank you. We move to the next stage. We take matters arising. I think from page 5, 6, 7, up to page 9. That is to do with the attendance. We start with page 9. Any matters arising on page 9? This document was circulated yesterday. I hope everybody had time to go through it on our social media, those who are there. So we look at page 9, page 10, minute 3, minute 4. Any matters arising? Page 11. Yes, you can give member. On which minute? Page 11.
On the chairman's proposals. My PF number is 672. The chairman proposes plowing back of 50% of dividends and interest on deposit for the year 2023, 2024, 2025. However, that was a proposal. It was not an agenda. And the way it is, it was not discussed. But looking at the whole booklet, the management has decided to go ahead and implement the same, which is not right. You cannot implement what deduction, plowing back 50% of members' dividends without the members discussing and making a resolution.
Maybe I stand guided, but let's go through the booklet, the whole thing first before we make tough conclusions on that issue. So that he has raised that concern. We move to page 12. Page 12. Page 13. Yes, give us your membership number and your name.
Thank you. My name is Rotich, PF 116. My comment is on staff who are to take a loan, whether the policy that was stated here has been promulgated so that the staff can take loans. That is on number 1199, no, minute, it is on page 13, middle page there. Good working environment, policy, formulation for that loan.
I think the chair will react on it.
Yeah, whether that's been made.
Okay, he will react on it. Page 14. Page 14. Page 15. Yes. Page 15, we have a comment from my chairman, Uwasu.
In the audit report, it was reported that 19 million as unreconciled loans during the migration to a new system. It is my view that 19 million is not 19 bob. It's 19 million of our money that cannot be found. And at the time when the system was migrating to another one, we had loans that were outstanding, loans that were being recovered from people's salaries. If those loans were not carried forward with the next system, those members should tell us how they paid them. If we can make a resolution today that we get an ad hoc team of a systems guy and an accountants person to look at these loans that were outstanding on the fateful day of migration. We can do a forensic audit ourselves and establish who among our members did not pay his loans, whose loan was not carried forward into the next system. Those people have names, they have PF numbers. We can make that resolution today and trace this 19 million. 19 million is not 10 bob. It can be traced.
Thank you, Chair. I think you'll have a feedback on the same. Page 16. Page 16. You can give to the member there. That is page 16.
No, it's page 15.
Page 15, eh?
Yes. Mine goes to about the KRA. There was prepaid tax where we had issues with the 5.8 million. Members requested for documentation over the same, whether that money went to KRA or not. However, there was an inspection that was done by SASRA. A report came. Unfortunately, that report was not brought for members' discussion and approval, where the same inspection report confirmed that 5.8 million were not accounted for and did not reach the accounts of KRA. So you must be told, where did this 5.8 million went to? Who took the 5.8 million? Thank you.
Thank you, member. Page 16. Is it still page 15?
PF number 827 on page 15 about KRA. It's written here that the Sacco engaged a tax agent who negotiated this figure with KRA and was reduced to 5.8 million. This amount will be expensed in 3 years, hence the remaining amount forming part of the prepaid expenses. I wish to know, in these years, 3 years, that you are going to expense these amounts, you are going to expense in batches of how much? And what have you so far dispensed? Thank you.
Page 16. Page 17. 16.
Resolution. I don't know whether it is my name or it was somebody else. Number 2.
Page?
Page 16. Number 2. Resolution number 2. It is proposed by Paul Rotich, member number 1141. I'm not 1141. So whether the name or the number is misplaced.
You are a number?
Member number is 48. 048.
048. I think you could have alerted us that we'll correct.
When we didn't see it, it's okay. We can correct now.
Thank you. Page 17. Page 17, page 18. (19). And finally, page 20. These were the minutes when we were 19 years old, and now we are 20 years old today. As you reflect on what you can achieve in 20 years. So I think that is it. I can give the chance for the chair and the CEO to come and react to some of the issues raised.
Morning, members. Good morning, members. Yeah, my name is Cristiano Swanjala Naktare, the current chairman of Wevarsity Sacco. Maybe let us react, and when it comes to it, when it reaches my speech, my report is when I will introduce my colleague staff and colleague directors and the partners. But having said that, I also thank the partners who are in the house, since the CIC, the Cusco, and others are on the way coming. Remember, this is my first litmus test in this position. And first of all, I take this heartfelt appreciation to all members who have given me unwavering support to this level. Of course, not forgetting my Kudea Kakada that gave me the chance that has propelled me to this level. Wevarsity is where we belong, and that is our baby. We need to nurture it. We don't need to do things the same way from inception up to today. We must do things in a different way. And that is why here, this is your day. Without laboring much, reaction number one where I noted is about staff. Indeed, we are here last time. You did propose and pass that staff's remuneration should be looked into. We did, and the process is still ongoing. We are moving to the 5-year term contractual. The loans are given within that bracket. I don't need to expand on that. About the migration, about the 19 million. This thing is historical, and this me who is there or us who are there, we did a system audit with Sasra. Sasra came around and we did a system audit. And as it is now, we are also still following up because this is a process. It's not an event. We're also praying that in the long run, we establish and reach why this happened and who are responsible. On KRA, as we stand now, Wevarsity Sacco is in good standing with partners in every aspect, including government agencies. As it is now, KRA, we are in good standing, but still we had challenges in the past. On this issue about the KRA, because we work in collaboration with my colleagues and the CEO, who sits on the operational desk, I think he can shed a little more light on this. But as we stand now, we are in good books with all the government agencies, the banks. This KRA issue, up to now, we are up to date. Maybe these past historical issues, but we are looking into. Kindly let me see you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Just to respond on a few issues here. Number one is on KRA, prepayment tax of 5.8 million. As you're all aware, I believe this is a matter that we've discussed not once, not twice. I remember clearly we discussed it in the last SGM, not the last SGM, but the 2022 SGM when we were opening our plaza. We even showed you our tax compliance certificate. Something that happened here, KRA did an additional assessment tax, and we were supposed to pay 11 million. So we looked at it together with the board. We decided to contract someone, that was Nyada and Company, coming in as a tax consultant to help us negotiate with KRA so that this amount can be reduced from 11 million, something that is manageable. So that is what we did. So from 11 million, it was negotiated downward to 5.8 million. This amount was paid to KRA. SASRA came in 2022. They did their normal inspection. By the way, SASRA comes to our SACCO after every 3 years. So don't imagine when SASRA is in our office, there is something bad that's happening. It's part of what they do. So when they came in for the inspection in 2022, KRA was one of the issues that was raised. We have that report. It's always not an agenda in the AGM. If a member is here who wishes to look at that report, kindly come to the office on Monday. It's always available. You can go through, tell us anything you want, maybe in terms of clarification about the report. I'll be there to help you understand. About the expensing, the 5.8 million was quite huge. Remember, this amount was not budgeted for. And therefore, to ensure also our members get dividends and interest on deposits, we agreed with the board that this amount be expensed in 3 years, starting from the year 2022, which was the previous year, and now 2023, which we are discussing today, and 2024 being our last year of expensing. We expense 1.9 million every month. It is just the 5.8 divided by 3 years. Again, in my position as the CEO, I've also ensured that our staff are trained and well-versed with KRA issues, so that this matter will never come back to these members' AGM, the board, or even the CEO telling you that we've had another additional assessment and we are required to pay an amount to KRA. We are ensuring we've complied, we are paying our taxes on time as per the requirements of KRA. The staff are trained and they are well guided on doing this. Remember, this issue came in on the previous board of directors who used to pay allowances and not on the system. They were not paying taxes, and that is the truth. But the new board have ensured everything is compliance. We pay the allowances through the system. Even the latest finance bill, when we are paying pay at 35%, they are compliant and they know it is the rule. So that is what we are doing. So I'm here just to promise members that this is an issue that we have taken care of. Currently, we are compliant, and we will ensure it is not an issue that will ever come up again in any of our meetings. Lastly, allow me to also say to react on the loan reconciliation of 19 million. This is an issue that came in 2015. Most of us were not in. When I took in office, of course, I took the responsibility to also know what transpired. During the system migration, by the way, so much used to happen before. I'm happy the team that were there, they're not here today. But along the way, we involved SASRA. They came in as part of the inspection when they are doing the report on KRA. We also have a report on the loan reconciliation, which also, if you need to know more about it, kindly come to the office. So we've involved SASRA. We've done a system audit, just like the chairman have mentioned. We've also ensured that going forward, all the reconciliations in terms of bank reconciliation, M-Pesa pay bill reconciliations, and many more is done monthly, and the accounts department reports to the CEO on a monthly basis, just to ensure such mistakes are not done again. And if today we are to migrate to another system, this is something that will ensure is sorted even before I try migrating members' documents or members' amounts on maybe deposits or loans to the new system. Thank you.
Member, you seem to not to be satisfied, or is there any other issue? Let's give the member some chance, but be brief, please.
Thank you. Let me stand so that I can be very audible. The questions we are asking, we are not just asking questions so that we are given a brief history of what happened. When we raise questions, we must be given facts. Facts will clear the doubt. this issue of KRA, yes, we raised it in our previous meetings where we were doubting how comes the Sacco has been running for all these years and we have been paying tax. Then, over suddenly, somebody comes and tells us, Sacco has not been paying tax. I said in my earlier communication, SASRA came to do an inspection audit over the same. And they did various inspection in various fields. They came up with a report. In the same report, allow me to read the report you have, page 8 of the inspection report of SASRA over KRA. Allow me to read for you the report. It is page 8. The inspection team came across an alleged letter from the Kenya Revenue Authority to the Sacco dated 9th November 2021. Reference number KRA /DTD /CC PO 51187-189P, indicating findings as a result of a returns review done at the Sacco for the periods 2018, 2019, 2020. The letter indicated the Sacco had a total tax liability of cash 13.291097. The Sacco engaged Nyada and the company to assist settle the tax issues through an appointment letter dated 23rd November 2021 at a fee of 400,000. The tax consultant, Nyada and the company, through a letter to the Sacco dated 17th December 2021, advised that they agreed with KRA to reduce the figure from cash 13.2 million to 5.8 million, and the amount were to be paid through their tax agent, Mr. Maurice Ziata. Diamond Trust Bank, Kakamega Branch, account number 0476486011, for the same to remit to KRA as the time of inspection. The Sacco had paid a total of 5.579.769 to Maurice Ziata DTB bank account, and no tax compliance certificate was availed from KRA. A review of the entire transaction revealed that out of the total tax amount paid by the Sacco to one Maurice Ziata of cash 5.5 million cash, 545,200 went to Nyada and the company. Cash 991,106 went to KRA. 491,196 went to KRA, not 5 million, leaving cash 5.6 being unsupported and a possible fraud. This is an inspection report from SASRA. Now, we are being told this issue was discussed. This is a regulatory body telling us this was a fraud. We are being convinced they agreed, but this money did not reach KRA because it was to go to KRA. The regulatory confirmed to KRA. What went to KRA was 491,000. Then our question was, who took 5.6 million? Up to now, members, this is a possible fraud. Even when they are telling us we want now to reduce the amount partially, a year by year, who is paying? And you are paying for who? We could have paid this money if it could have reached KRA. But the money did not reach KRA. We are paying for somebody. The same report, it has gone ahead. What Dr. Odawa mentioned about the 19 million, it has already been captured. And they have advised the Sacco to do a forensic audit over 23 million. I can read for you the report, page 9 of the report. When this report comes from the regulatory body, let them be given to members so that members can know whether the Sacco is growing or it is underperforming. Our question is, who took the 5.6 million? Thank you.
Thank you, member. I think the issues raised by the member have been addressed by the CEO, and she has indicated that the reports are there for public consumption. If you are in any doubt of any page, kindly visit the office, because we may not react in the same wavelength because we don't have it here. But if we had all of us the report, it will be easier to deal with it. But kindly, member, we have heard your concern. Kindly visit the office. That's an issue. KRA is a government agency. SASRA is a government agency, and their reports are always public. I think we move to Chairman's report.
Chair, this is an AGM, and we need to be satisfied. These members need to be satisfied. Usitupeleke mbio sana. You know, ukitupeleka mbio, hatutaongea tuelewane. In the next AGM, tutauliza haya maswali. Ama namna gani? Unajua, kuna issue hapa ya plowback. Na kuna issue hapa ambayo tunaambiwa watakuwa wanalipa 1.9 million mara tatu. And what Alan is presenting here, the report is indicating that pesa ililipwa 5.8 million. Mnanielewa? Account number iko na jina ya mtu mwenye alilipwa pesa iko. Anaitwa Morris Ziada. Meelewana? Mimi sijakaa na huyu Alan nikazungumuza na yeye, but I also had this report. Now, we want to tell our board, na hatuna ubaya na nyinyi, hii maneno hatutaki tuzungumuze siku ingine. Can you tell us whether you paid Morris or not? Na, Madam CEO, usituambie tukuje mmoja kwa ofisi. Hii ni AGM ya hawa raya. Just tell them whether you paid or not. And secondly, and this is last, mulielewana na KRA kwamba mtakuwa mnalipa 1.9 kidogo kidogo, na mulipata aje tax compliance certificate kama mjamaliza? You understand? Those are the questions we are asking. Just make a clarification. Hakuna maneno mingi.
Okay, members. Maybe before the treasurer comes to shed light on that, issue of KRA, actually, as I said in the beginning, it was there, and I remember in our last AGM, the chairman then, Mr. Dr. Alila, we deliberated on this issue, and he even came up with the certificate of compliance, meaning that thing was raised. I don't know why. You see, the records some of us has are not the same records we have in the Sacco. And that's why you are saying, if we have an issue, in kind, if we have an issue, because it's a very important and it's affecting the general membership, if you have an issue, kindly, because this is your day, if you have an issue, there are always chances of reference. Hata kama mgonjwa amekonjeka referral hapa, wanamrefer Eldoret. So there are always issues of reference. Kindly let's have those who are not yet satisfied with this report, visit the Sacco and let us report in the next AGM, so that we don't labor and waste a lot of time on one issue. That is, I'm kindly begging and requesting members, because as I said, this is my first AGM as a chair, and I want to put things right. As it is now, there are no issues as it is now. But these issues are historical. And these are government agencies where we follow processes. You can't just jump. So we are also looking into this issue until we reach it at the last tunnel, so that we also raise this thing once and for all. We understand it is a tall order, but now it is 2018, 2020, 2020. You remember what happens in 2020? What happened in 2020? When COVID was there. Even meetings were not there. We didn't even hold AGM. So those are some of the curbs maybe somebody used or some agencies used to put us where we are. But we talked about this issue, KRA, from the last AGM, and we agreed. In fact, it's in the booklet. We agreed. I don't know, but that is my take. Kindly, Kiongozi.
Thank you, Chair. I'm member number 168, PF 232. Chair, nafikiri tunaenda kwa mambo mengi.
Yes.
Mwenzetu ameuliza tu swali rahisi ambalo tunahitaji jibu. Kwamba tuna certificate ya tax compliance na hatujamaliza. Inakuwaje? Tuna certificate ya tax compliance lakini bado tunalipa 1.9 million per year.
It's okay. Let me call the treasurer now, because he's in charge of the finances, to answer that.
Members, asante kwa hiyo maswali. Mimi ni Nandasaba. Mimi ni mweka hazina wa shirika la Wevarsity. The issue of KRA, it came about after the books of accounts of that year were presented, audited accounts. So KRA did an assessment against the taxes that we had already paid to KRA. So from the assessment, even after this AGM, you know, KRA will take audited accounts so that they can verify, have we declared the correct taxes? Have we declared and paid the correct taxes? So from the additional assessment, from the assessment of the audited accounts of that year, KRA came up with the extra assessment. And at that time, we didn't have enough money to pay KRA 13 million. And that's the reason we engaged Ziata, who is a tax agent. And legally, if you have tax issues, you can also engage a tax agent. Many companies engage tax agents. So the 5.8 million was, if I may answer the member, we already paid KRA. But now, in the books, we expense it annually so that we don't expense the whole amount. Because if you expense the whole amount, you are going to cut down on your surplus. You're expensing on the P&L and the profit and loss account. So we cleared with KRA, but in the expense, just the same way like we are expensing the unreconciled loan balances of, it started in 2018. So we have cleared with the KRA. We don't owe KRA anything, but we paid that money through Ziata, who is a tax agent, because we could not negotiate directly with the KRA. And if you have ever dealt with the KRA, you know what it is. Hence, we have put in place measures to ensure that we are declaring and paying. Sometimes, if you don't declare your taxes and KRA does an assessment, they will know if the board of directors, maybe they were not paying their taxes on their allowances, maybe staff allowances they were not, or we have not declared. Currently, we are paying the taxes monthly. So every month, the KRA has an estimated total amount for the whole year. So every month, we write a check to KRA of about, it's about 1.8 million for the whole year. But now we pay on a monthly basis We pay the staff pay as you earn. So we have complied with that. Unless there is any other question, I would also wish maybe to talk about the unreconciled balances. The total unreconciled balances after the system migration. Initially, Wevarsity was using a management information system called ASMAS. So the Sacco procured a new system called Vanguard. So currently we are running on Vanguard. After the system migration, there was unreconciled balances amounting to 35 million. And the SASRA recommended that this amount be expensed through the P&L account. That is the profit we get every year. Part of it, 3.5 million per year, we expense that amount. So when you look at the books of accounts, you realize there is 3.5 million per year over the unreconciled balances. We have brought in forensic audit. There was a system audit by INET Corp. We had also the EACC. The records were tampered with. The records in the ASMA system were tampered with, and the system audit could not identify exactly where the loss was occasioned. But generally, it was resulting from you have a loan of 1 million, and they migrate 500,000. So it ends up that the Sacco has lost 500,000. We have expensed that amount, and currently the balance is at about 15 million. We have been unable actually to identify exactly who owes the liability. So members, this is historical, and we have tried the best we can within the means we have. We have been unable because it is something that has been there over a long period of time. I hope that one suffices to answer the members' concern. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, the board and treasurer for giving some clarification over the matter at hand. In the same wavelength, we, as members, we are also seriously concerned with the aspect of the plowing back of 50% of the dividends to the members' shares, rather. You know, last year, we were in the same venue when we were deliberating on these matters. And I had the opportunity to sit through right from the start to the end. This issue of plowing back 50% of members' interest, I don't remember to have had an opportunity for that agenda to be deliberated. And therefore, it is not sitting well with members, and I know, even where you sit as a board, you have already interacted with these members, and you know it is not sitting well with them. Therefore, in your own wisdom, I want the board to pronounce itself on this matter for the interest of the majority of people here over that matter, so that we go along with you people. Let us not force members into an issue that they have not properly been conversed with. Thank you so much. We wait for your clarification.
Thank you, member, for the concern over the plowback. Last year, during the AGM of last year, the board chair made proposals on how we can grow the liquidity of this Sacco. Our current liquidity standing is very low, and we have to put in place intervention measures to ensure that we improve on our liquidity. SASRA liquidity requirement is 15% of the short-term expenses. We are at 2.8%. In last year's chairman's proposal, we presented a proposal to do a 50% plowback. And this plowback is not that you are giving Sacco money. The plowback is a transfer of half of your dividends to your shares account, to your deposits account. So we'll transfer 50% to your deposits account and you will withdraw 50%. The reason being, currently we are getting remittance. Allow me to just give you the figures. Currently we are getting remittance of about 8 to 8.5 million. Now you have 3 members who have applied for 2 million each, and you also have statutory expenses. So 8 million, you're going to loan only 3 members. Our annual growth in terms of shares is 8 million, and you can verify from the books of account. So this plowback is going to inject about 14 million into the system, which is going to be lent to the members. Sometimes members have been calling me, wananiambia treasurer, loan yangu kwa nini imecheleweshwa? I cannot, I don't bring money to the Sacco. There are options of bringing money to the Sacco. One option is to get the money from you members. Another option is to borrow from the bank. Another option is to get grants. We came up with the strategic, innovative ideas to bring money to the Sacco, including plowback, Akiba, and so on, so that we can grow the liquidity of this Sacco. So this plowback is not going to be money that will belong to the Sacco. And again, if we go by colleges, you realize that most of us who are complaining about the plowback, we are the biggest beneficiaries of this Sacco. So kindly allow us to have the plowback, because it is going to improve the liquidity of this Sacco. SASRA recommends that if you borrow money from the bank, you borrow money at 20%, I can only lend to you at 2% higher than the amount, than the rates I have borrowed from the bank. The banks are currently at 20%. So we have difficult choices here. Either we decide that we have the money, that we inject the capital into our Sacco, or we get very expensive credit, and our credit to you is also going to be very expensive.
Hello members, I'm back again just to make a clarification. On the plowback, I remember very clearly in the last AGM, I stood here in the same platform. I explained to you guys about the whole idea of plowback and how it will help us improve on our liquidity. Number one, I sit in the office from Monday to Saturday. Most of the time, the guys who are affected most is the staff. When I'm there telling a member, we don't have money today, kindly come tomorrow. By then, I feel so bad about it. So after that now, we start brainstorming with the board and the staff. What can we do so that we are like other circles, where even the CEO, if I'm on leave today, I don't get calls that CEO, you know, if you're not around, I cannot be sorted. I had applied for emergency and I cannot get it. These are the calls that keep coming in my mind even when I'm sleeping. So everyone is calling me, CEO, we want money, I need money, it's urgent. And whatever we have, we've exhausted. Let me just take you back a bit. We always receive both FOSA and BOSA remittance, roughly on a month is 15 million. And in a good month, I get over 30 million loan applications. That is a deficit of another 15 million. Now I'm there, I'm asking myself, where do I get the 15 million to serve these members fully minus waiting on the line? So personally, I took this initiative. We benchmarked with various circles, the good big circles in this country, name them. We have our neighbor here, we have the circles in Nairobi and so forth. I benchmarked with a number, more than 5 of them. Something that came out clearly. Most of these circles, at some point, they were struggling. They had to make tough decisions so that members can benefit. If you asked our neighbor here, they went for 3 years minus dividends. Minus. And then I looked around, I said, no, for Wevarsity Sacco, we are going to do it but differently. We will declare dividends, but then transfer it to our members' shares account. Remember, this is your money. At the end of the day, this is where you save for your retirement. When today you are normal, where do you expect maybe benefits to your children or to your next of kin? If you can't even just say, see, you have my 10,000 from my shares, from my dividends, put it in my shares, that is my saving for my retirement, or when I'm not in for my next of kin. Something else that I also realized, the good performing SACCOs have quality members. If I say quality members, these are members who are saving in the SACCO. These are members who are patronizing SACCO products at 100% to ensure the SACCO is liquid enough to take care of their needs. Remember, a SACCO is as good as their members. If today I have members who are only coming for loans and we are not savings, where do we get the money to lend you? Right now, banks' loans are at 20%. And for the last 7 months, I have not had or seen any member going for a bank loan. That tells you the pressure I have in the office. I'm still young. I'm just starting my family. I also need peace of mind. At the same time, when I leave this SACCO, I want to leave it a better place than I found it. And this is one of the strategies. And maybe, again, we are not just using plowback alone. We have many ways that we've put in place to ensure our SACCO liquidity is improved. Last week, I had my team in Maseno for 2 weeks. We are marketing Wevarsity Sacco products in Maseno University. Good news is we already have members. We are signing our MOU with Maseno University. I'm going to Rongo University. I'm going to, after the AGM next week now, we are going to technical institutions around. We have Sigalagala, we have Shamberere. So we are doing strategic marketing to ensure we have members coming in to put in money so that we can lend to the people. Lastly, I want to share with you a very, maybe an initiative that I took personally to ensure the SACCO is in the right position. I did a proposal to national government where they're supporting SACCOs in 14 counties. In this proposal, I was called to Naivasha to present about what Wevarsity Sacco is doing. So, of course, I went, I presented on what we have already and how we are supporting even farmers around Kakamega County. As we are speaking now, Wevarsity Sacco have been onboarded on that program. I've been given 6 counties to support. And in this project, Wevarsity Sacco will be getting money from the national government by latest June this year. Remember, banks is giving me loans at 20%, and this is an opportunity that I'll get loan below, in fact, a third of what the bank is giving me. So it's an opportunity for all of us. And now when the government is coming in with the projects to support farmers, you are my #1 priority. Before I go to Busia County or to Sia County to support people there, I must look at Masinde Muliro, our members who are interested in farming, and we support you guys either in poultry, aquaculture, name them, sugarcane, all the cereals around. So please, I'm just here to beg you once more. Kindly, let us not really negotiate about plowback. This is a benefit for all of us. As I stand here, I'll plow back 100% of my dividends. I'm doing it as an example to others that I'm not just pushing it on you, but I'm also doing it to show even my staff that this is the right way to go. Thank you.
Let's appreciate the CEO, please. Thank you so much, Madam CEO. Maybe, Mr. Rotich, let me request something. Let me request something, please. Because I can realize now my speech, my report is being watered down. Can I read the report so that it includes this? We react all together. We move ahead. Sindio? Okay. So we have already started discussing.
Just one for him. Okay. Just one for him. Yes. I think I want to make a contribution because this is our SACCO. And you know, when we are here, we must realize that we are told money does not like noise. Mm. So we have to really treat the matters of money with seriousness. I want to say this. If 5.8 million shillings was lost because people are paid outside the system, if I was to make a decision, I would say we can recover that money from them and we'll be able to pay KRA because they were paid but outside the system, is it? I'm saying there is evidence they were paid and the documents are there. I earned my salary without deduction of taxes. This is a circle, it's a very small circle. We have to protect its funds. If Wanjere was paid allowances and tax was not deducted, please go back, recover that money. Let us improve our liquidity. Is it? The other thing I want to say, I want to persuade my members, this circle is going to be strong, but we have to do what needs to be done to make it strong. Otherwise, if it remains the way it is, most of us will leave the circle. Is it? Yeah, that is the likely situation. So if liquidity can only be improved by sacrificing part of our dividend, let us do it. Let us not shy away. And I can tell you, this is an investment. This is a finance company. It requires certain level of investment. If we realize that the amount we have invested is very low, we encourage that. The other alternative, if that one cannot work, because sometimes people are also stressed, they have financial needs they want to meet, we can also decide to say, then give lesser loans. We can say, instead of 3 times, let us do it 2 until we stabilize, so that people coming for money can be able to get it. But I think I wanted to encourage everybody, let us support what they are doing. I don't think some of the problems we are challenging them to solve, they might not be responsible for them. They might have found them, and let us encourage them so that these problems are solved once and for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof.
You'll bear with me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at the minutes of last year and the resolutions stemming from those minutes. The impression we are getting now is that this issue of plowback was never discussed, but there is a resolution. At page 16 of your document, resolution number 1, proposed by Agri Shimenga, seconded by Aldrin Wanambisi, is about plowback. So we discussed it. How did we make resolutions on something we didn't understand?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Let's now have, we have some more reactions, Mr.
Allow me, please, 1 minute. Huh? We know the issue of 5.8 million is actually bad, and we know it. The 5.8 was paid to somebody, not KRA. So if there is any issue, I don't even know why we are dispensing. The money was paid to somebody, and it should be followed to pay back.
Yeah, that is it. That's what
The other issue which I wanted to raise is, let us not tell members here to come to the office. He is not the one asking himself alone. It is for everybody. I think it was Allah. You don't have to go to the office to know. I also want to know. So the issue is, we know there was a problem. You may not be the one personally, but we know there was a problem. And then that time when you were talking about it, many of you were supporting. The issue is, let us recover the money. If you have to pay KRA, don't pay somebody to pay KRA. Situko na vitabu na KRA. So about the issue of plowing back dividends, I think I will request that we go up to the time when we are reading the accounts, then we can decide. But we also support, because we want the money to be there. But let us have it as a resolution after the reports have been said. Thank you so much.
Maybe just on the plowback again, if you check on the notice for the annual general meeting that was on 8th, sorry, if you check on the minutes that we are reading today, you will realize we had chairman's report, to receive chairman's report as one of the agenda for the last year's meeting, AGM. And on the chairman's report, he had 3 proposals. Number 1 was 50% plowback of dividends and interest on deposits. Number 2 was my January Emma Kiba, and number 3 was patronizing Sacco savings. So it was in our agenda. It's only that we can't break down a plowback to become a main agenda when it was coming in the chairman's report as an agenda. And kindly, members, I'm requesting just to go through these minutes. I shared the minutes yesterday morning. I wanted you guys to really go through the minutes so that you understand. You'll realize most of the members, most of the comments are coming. Maybe I support the idea, maybe do it at 40% and so forth. So you'll realize it was an agenda that was discussed throughout till the last minute now when we are doing proposals, approval for the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
We can allow the chair we can react after he has given his remarks. Kindly let us allow him give his remarks.
Members, before I read my report, you allow me take you 1 minute behind. Before that, I want to clear this rumor that has been moving around. I think some of us have heard it, of the plaza being auctioned or what. But the plaza is no longer there. Treat it as a rumor as it is, because where I sit as a chair and the board of directors, we have never been summoned or served by any someone from the court of law or any lawyer. So that's a rumor. Let it go round. There is a professor had asked about plowback. We have deliberated on that. There's a member from Turkana who has asked, you remember we have also members online who wanted to know about the representation from Turkana and non-Musti members. We are working on this. In fact, it is in my report, but for clarity, we wanted to be inclusive. I've requested members in my report that we consider rebranding so that we can be all inclusive. So that one is something that is being done, and if agreed upon, we shall implement. Thank you so much, members. We started without introduction. Let me take 1 minute to introduce my colleague directors. Kindly, colleague directors, just stand and say your names. Before they say anything, I also appreciate the partners who are here, the Cusco, the CIC, and the Commissioner of Cooperatives, Kakamega County. Go ahead, please.
Usla Samuel Honsek.
Nandasaba, I'm the treasurer.
Kibeu Secretary Supervisory. Erika, board member. Christine Maero, Supervisory Chair.
Professor Chakpo Ahungu, Supervisory Member.
Before I forget to introduce myself, I'm Shadrack Opunde, representing WASU. In the board, I'm credit chair, and recently in charge of education, member education. Thank you.
Yeah, I also saw Waziri Kitungulu somewhere. Sorry? Okay, fine. So members, allow me read my report. Sorry, the CEO and the team. I can't read without this lady.
Good morning once again. Yes, I know I'm a familiar figure. I'm Rehema Atieno Nyango. I'm the CEO of Wevarsity Sacco. I have a team of 11. If included, we are 12. So I don't know if they are around. We have Dalma Swala, the accountant. He's also the able deputy CEO. I'm always at safe hands when I'm away because he takes care. And then we have, kindly just stand up, we have the recovery officer.
Staffs.
That is Isaiah. We have other management staff, that is Joyce Akala, the marketing officer. We have Cynthia Bolo, acting internal auditor. The others, I know we've allocated them duty there on the first on the door there, on the registration. But if you flip on the last page of that document, we have all the staff, what they do, their names and designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CEO. The chairman's report. The case of honor, Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, our partners, CIC, Cusco representatives, all invited guests, my fellow cooperators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to Wevarsity Sacco Society Limited 20th Annual General Meeting. As members of the same family with common interests and focus, we converge today to share reports on performance and operations of our Sacco for the year ended 31st December 2023, and chart the way forward for the current year 2024. I'm humbled to note a good attendance, which is a demonstration of your commitment to the Sacco affairs and shows your sustained interest and loyalty. To our invited guests, I wish to thank you for your effort of creating time, despite your busy schedule, to grace this meeting. Being here with us is a clear manifestation of the cordial relationship our Sacco has with you, with your respective organizations. Review 1. The year 2023 was characterized by an unprecedented turbulent economic environment where all business sectors and financial institutions were negatively impacted by the changes in the economic space. Our Sacco was not spared in this scenario where operations were adversely affected due to government's unpredictable imposed taxes. Most of our members had low ability to save and borrow. This compromised the ability and growth in our asset base, share capital and deposits, therefore affecting our total portfolio. However, the Board of Directors took necessary measures to improve on the above-mentioned changes by introducing new products and services. 72 Make Loan, My January Keeper Savings, 52-week challenge, agency backing, Coop Jirani, M-Pesa services. 2, continued education and training to the members, Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, and staff. 3, membership growth and retention. We have ensured that the members out of formal employment, either through retirement, which is normally referred as senior citizens, or resignation, continue to patronize our Sacco products and services. Reduce negative politics. Embrace teamwork, reduce staff turnover, and improved board stability. Restoration of member confidence through efficient service delivery. Installation of solar power backup with the following specifications. Solar power generating 22,000 watts per day. 10 200 ampere solar batteries with 2-year warranty, 15-year life, and service acceptancy. One Felicity inverter of 7.5 AV with a 2-year warranty. 9 Felicity solar panels of 550 watts each with 2-year warranty and life service expectancy of 25 years. Automatic changeover switch. We are now fully operating on solar energy, which is cost-effective and reliable. Introduction of customer care desk and official Sacco number 011-239-3150, where members can now subscribe to all the savings products by simply sending a text message or call via this number. Improved relations with all our stakeholders and strategic partners, i.e. SASRA, commercial banks, KRA, Ministry of Cooperatives, Cusco, Centrino, CIC, African Confederation of Savings and Credit Association, ACOSCA, Top Tank, etc. Improved internal controls and risk management. This has ensured no Sacco funds is lost either through fraud or mismanagement. Prudent credit management. Loan default at 4.7%, which is below the SASRA recommended maximum of 5%. We are therefore compliant. Loan write-off. We have ensured consistency in the annual loan write-off of Kenya shillings 35 million initially. Write-off of Kenya shillings 3.5 million. Initially, the loan be written off stood at 35 million, but our balance as at 31st December 2023 is Kenya shillings 16 million. We have also ensured that all the banks and the M-Pesa pay bill reconciliations are up to date to ensure this scenario does not reoccur. Membership. Our target was to have at least 1,000 members recruited every financial year. However, we first had a total of 1,571 members in the financial year under review from 1,096 in 2022, indicating a significant growth of 475 members. Records show that 59 members left the organization or formal employment by either way of retirement, voluntary, or death. We have managed to onboard 9 staff welfare groups out of 17 welfare groups in most. We have enjoyed a cordial relationship and have always ensured cash is set aside for their use anytime they are in need. I therefore encourage all the members in these welfare groups to join our esteemed Sacco. We have also students in our membership portfolio serving on 52-week challenge product. Our market trends targets most and non-most members, therefore need for rebranding of our organization to open up a common point to be all-inclusive. The Sacco still maintains 1,000 shillings as reward or incentive to any member who introduces new ones to the Sacco. 3, the board reviewed the Sacco strategic plan 2023-2024 in order to guide the management in day-to-day operations and ensure alignment to the changing business environment. The strategic roadmap will leverage on technology to improve service delivery to members. This will result to increased deposits and asset base, and also guide on good governance and human resource management. The Sacco has 12 staff members. The board of directors appraised the CEO in a new salary scale as proposed and passed by members in the previous SCGM. The board of directors is in the process of appraising all staff members as guided by HR policies and procedures. The board reviewed renewal of staff contracts from 3 years to 5 years for stability and effective service delivery. Plowback. I take this opportunity to thank the members for approving 50% plowback of dividends and interest on deposits for the financial year 2023, 2024, 2025. With this plowback, we will be able to improve on our service delivery to members as follows. Salary advances and emergency loans to be instant. Loans below 100,000 to be approved within 24 hours. Long-term loans to be disbursed within 2 weeks. Increase of the asset base to 800 million by December 2026. We shall be able to offset members' bank loans below 1 million. Loan interest rates will be worked downwards to cushion members from current escalating economic uncertainties. Continuous growth on the members' interest on deposits and dividends. Market expansion. We are working around the clock to onboard staff from Masinde University, of course you heard from the CEO, Sikalakala National Polytechnic, University of Kapianga, Shemberer Technical Training Institute, and secondary schools within and around Kakamega as potential entities. Our Sacco have been selected by the RK FINIFA project to support farmers in value chain and protection within 6 counties, Busia, Bungoma, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia, Kakamega, and Siaya County. This means we will be able to attract farmers patronizing our products and services, therefore improving on our liquidity and total asset base. Future plans. Upgrade of the core banking to meet the dynamic market trends. We look forward to having a system where members will be able to apply for loans request for guarantors and submit the loan applications online. Continuous member education and training, guarantors' liability to be looked into, and a policy enacted to safeguard our members' hard-earned investments put in SACCO as shares. Challenges. Albeit the successes, we still have a few challenges that I wish to share with the members. One, liquidity. We are still experiencing more demand in terms of loan application compared to our total monthly remittance. However, I strongly believe that with the measures we have put in place, our liquidity status will improve. Hard economic times coupled with uncertainty of deductions and levies. Disposal of the sterile plot. The members in the 19th Special General Meeting, SGM, held on 25th September 2021, approved the disposal of sterile plot. However, we have not received serious buyers. It's my high time, therefore, to request the members who may be interested in this plot to just visit our SACCO offices for more information. Proposals. To meet our desired goal of 15% growth on loan book, deposit and asset base, the Board of Directors urges members to support the following proposals. 1. My general keeper savings to be moved from 100 to 200. I'm pleased to inform you, members, from this product, we had our highest saver receiving 10,000 shillings and averagely all members receiving 2,000 in January 2024. I kindly request all members to patronize SACCO services 100% through FOSA earnings. Remember, only 687 out of 1,576 members are currently earning their salaries through the SACCO. I therefore call upon all the members to join our FOSA. Rebranding. Our mission as the Board of Directors is to spearhead equity, diversity, and inclusion. I therefore kindly request members to consider rebranding our SACCO. We also request members to suggest possible names and slogan for the rebranding. The winner will be awarded 30,000 shillings. Lastly, I thank SASRA who have been supportive in SACCO regulations and guidance, Board of Directors, Supervisory Committee, CEO and her team, of course not forgetting our dedicated members for saving and standing with the SACCO even during hard times. God bless you all. Wevarsity at 20, together we grow. Regards. Mr. Krisan Sonjal Nakitare, Chairman, Wevarsity Sacco Society Limited. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, for that strategic and wonderful report. Members, as you are aware, we are turning 20 years. As you can see, in front here, we have so many good things. We have Wevarsity Sacco, we have the posters, we have a cake. I'm now preempting what is going to be done. So as we celebrate our 20 years, let us reflect on how strategic we want our SACCO to grow. A kid of 20 years, I think, is an adult. And now I believe we are adults in SACCO business. So let us focus more on what a 20-year-old person can do. Thank you very much. I now welcome our proposer who can propose the chairman's report. Proposer, you give us your name and your PF.
PF 821, Geoffrey Mtoto.
Thank you. Seconder.
Nzeta Sami, 1065.
Thank you. Any reactions to Chairman's report? We shall move page by page. As the chairman was reading his speech, our chief guests arrived. Karibu sana, Bwana Commissioner. Welcome to Wevarsity at 20. That is what we are selling today. That's how we look like at 20. Reactions to chairman's report, page 21. There's a member there. So that next year you say you never saw. You see, what we are going through is people never saw plowback last year. I was not there. But today they are saying they never saw.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Shitanda, member number 58. I just want to get clarity. The area from number J to K, we are learning about prudent credit management in the Sacco. I can acknowledge areas where even when somebody has defaulted to pay the loan, the guarantors have been being deducted or offsetted their shares from the members who are not able to pay their loans. I'm failing to understand how come we had a loan of 19 million that could not be recovered, because when we apply our loans, we normally apply using a form, and we are able to know whether the loan is being recovered or not. Like for my sake, I've never seen any loan that I took that I've never paid. How come we have 19 million that is not understood that it cannot be recovered? Because when we start to offset these loans, it means our capital is being reduced, and it is also affecting our profit.
Thank you, member, but I think you should be guided. The 19 million came about system migration. That is what occasioned the 19 million. Page 21. Page 22. 21, yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. My concern is on review of the performance and the achievements. Bullet A. I can see, Mr. Chair, once more, you want to introduce M-Pesa services. Every member here is aware of how the Sacco was scammed of hefty amount of money through M-Pesa some years back. I'm surprised today that you want to introduce again M-Pesa services. My question is to you, Mr. Chair. With the current fraudulent acts in the market involving M-Pesa or online money transactions, I'm worried that we might now go deeper in losing hefty amounts if such achievements or if such reviews are once more introduced to the Sacco. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair is taking note. I think he will respond to some of those issues. Page 22.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a concern about the 35 million, which is being recommended by the Board of Directors to be written off. I don't know if these loans defaulted, are the members or debtors still alive, or they exceeded employment? Because 35 million is a lot of money, And it is wise that before you write off, you make some initiative, even to have a follow-up, whether these people are alive, they have gone to where. Then, number 2, Chair, there was a recommendation one time that whoever, those defaulters, their names were published one time, and that there were some good recoveries. Instead, before you write off, why don't you use the same initiative to make a follow-up, and also you can publish those names again? Thank you.
Thank you. Page 22. We can give to that lady. We also need gender balance.
Thank you. Mine is on page 21 about review of the performance and achievement. On B, continuous education and training to members, board of directors and supervisory committees and staff. Yes, board of directors and supervisory committee staff, that one continuous education, it's very important because every year we elect new members. But my question is on members. We have 2 bodies that train our staff, the CASCO and also the training that is arranged by the Sacco. My suggestion is, it is good to tell us the number of members that you have trained in that particular year so that we know our Sacco trained how many people, and the other NGO of CASCO trained how many people. Because we have other people are trained more than one, and others have never been trained. So it is good to tell us the number of people that you have trained in that particular year, because in training, we also have people who are supposed to graduate. Rosalind Lusweti, PF number 973.
Thank you for that observation. I think the chair will be able to react on the number of people trained. We have training partners, ACOSCA, and even the Minister of Cooperatives. And members, you can appreciate that through these trainings, at least you are heading somewhere. You know, ignorance is not the best thing. Page 22. 23. 23, give it to him and him. Alan, you'll be the last one. Give him to this gentleman first.
Yeah, my name is Abdullah.
Page 23, please. Don't take me back.
22.
23. I make a ruling, 23.
It was in 22. We are in 22.
Okay, fine. But once you get out of those pages, we're not going back.
Thank you for giving me that opportunity. My name is Abdullah Aziz Mosi, PF 0960. Mine, I want to appreciate the chairman and the leadership of Sacco for number F, installation of Sacco power backup. Indeed, we've been having challenges. Sometimes we come to Sacco, and when we want to access our funds, tunapata hakuna stima. But this is a great improvement. That's why we have never seen those challenges. Number 2,
allow the member to proceed, please.
Kindly, just the
I'm
chairman
protecting you.
me.
I'm protecting you. Let the member proceed.
I think it is a reaction. It can be positive and also negative.
True.
Anybody can, you are allowed. Me, I just appreciate for the great things that the board has done. We have seen in G that right now we have customer care desk that whenever we have some concern, we can now raise an issue through that customer care. I remember I had a problem. When I made a call, my problem was solved through this number. Therefore, I want to congratulate for the good work you have done. Thank you.
The next. This one. Give this gentleman first. Then Alan will be.
Page 23.
23, fine. Then we are not going back to 22.
Number 4, bluffing back. The issue of bluffing back dividends, we've taken it positively, but I can suggest as a member that instead of 50%, we start with a smaller percentage like 30 or 35% because of financial constraints to members.
PF number? Page, which page are you?
The same page, 23.
23, okay.
On the same note, flying back. I've seen the chairman thanking the members for resolving to pay 50%, to plow 50%. Initially, in our previous meetings, and this must be put on record, and I'm making this statement when the commissioner, who has been always our guest in our meetings. Our SACCO is guided by rules and laws. We have our SACCO bylaws that guide us on how we come up with resolutions. If you go to our bylaws, it is very clear that resolutions will be made by 2/3 majority. Now, when two people are brought to come and say, I propose and I second, are they speaking on behalf of the members? Is that a resolution? I remember very well, that is what was resolved here. Two people were bought. Then one said, I propose. Then the other said, I second. Then they say, we have made a resolution.
The member in question.
To me,
kindly,
I have been attending all meetings.
Kindly allow me comment something.
No, just a minute. Let me finish, then you will comment. You have the liberty to comment. Let me finish. I have attended all SACCO meetings. Even you go to all the meetings 10 years ago, I have never missed, and I thank God. We have never deliberated on this agenda. This was a proposal by the chair. And when the chair finished his report, they appointed one person to propose, another one to second. And then, the only problem we have here, these minutes, the resolutions are never read before we finish our meeting. According to the law, all the resolutions are supposed to be read before we complete the meeting. Either we confirm whether that resolution was passed or not. My question to you members, tumeshawahi somewa resolution at the end of the meeting? See, these resolutions wanaenanga tu kukaa huko na wanatengeneza wanasema we passed. So, did you pass this plowback? Did you?
Thank you. I think issues of plowback has been addressed. And I'm not ruling on it. I still believe in cooperative principles where members have the final say, but I think let's not go back to what I wanted to point out to Alan is you are saying people were bought. Are you able to substantiate? Let us use language that is palatable let us not use language that is demeaning. We cannot buy members. And I think we are a board that is above the board. We don't buy members, please. I'm still on page 24. I'm still on page 23. Page 23. He had raised his hand earlier.
Kwa majina rasmi naitwa Java Noremo. Ingawa kuna wengine wananijua kama yatima mteule. Niko page 23 kuhusu strategic plan. Kuanzia tu kwa mstari wa kwanza, mwenyekiti alitamka tofauti na vile imeandikwa. Sasa sijui alimaanisha yenye alitamka ama yenye kwa hapa alisema 2023 2024. Lakini hapa ni 2023 2027. Alafu nikishukuru kamati nzima, wanafanya kazi nzuri sana. Sifa zenu ziko kila mahali, tunashukuru. Mengi tunaona, lakini mchunge sana msisifiwe mkawa mgema kuongeza maji kwenye tembo.
Page 23. Okay, we'll come back to you. I think give him first.
Thank you, Agnes Amugamwa, member number 168. I'm still on plowing back, but mine is just wondering whether it will be realistic. We were told here today that if we plow back, the Sacco will get 14 million. And the chair is saying if we give 14 million, the Sacco will be able to give the loans below 100 within 24 hours. Long-term loans will be distributed within 2 weeks, and those others that are listed. Yet we were told in a month, averagely the applications go up to 30 million. So is this really realistic? Because after plowing back, we shall want those loans to be given as the chair has stated.
Thank you. I think the CEO can react on that at the end because she has the matrix of the financial know-how. Give it to him. Then kiongozi atakuwa second last. Okay.
Okay.
Watu wa diaspora? Do we have anybody in diaspora?
Kwa majina, naitwa Obwile Martin, PF number 676. Mimi bado najadili tu mambo ya plowing back. Kwa boma, kuna shida tofauti tofauti. Kuna shida ya kuuza kuku, kuna shida ya kuuza kondoo, na kuna shida ya kuuza ng'ombe. Huwezi uza kuku usolve shida ya kuuza kondoo ama ng'ombe. So, like as my colleague has said, kwamba, for example, mimi napata pengine dividend ya 20,000. Mukiplow back nataka nilipe 10,000. Fanya averagely 10,000 kwa members 1,000. Hiyo ni milioni 1. Na mnataka 14 milioni. Mtakuwa mmepata hiyo pesa? Alafu kitu ingine, sio mbaya, but njia yenye mmetumia kusucceed kwa hiyo plowing back ndio njia mbaya. Our members, takana pia board, muangalie shida zao. Kuna member hapa, anaangalianga Christmas package December, education January, alafu hapa katikati hakuna kitu, anaangalia dividends mwezi wa 3. Kutoka mwezi wa 3 mpaka December, ndio pengine aangalie kitu kingine. Hawana pesa kumfuka hawa. Next thing, members, hata ukichukua shilingi 1,100 uweke kwa sako saa hii, ukienda loan utapewa times 3. Na kuna mtu amepata times 3. And then you have still a running loan now, which means hata ukipeana hiyo pesa huko, you are not capable to access that loan. Loan inapewana kulingana na uwezo ya kulipa, sio shares. So na si tu board members, tafadhali mungeangalia njia nyingine ya kutafuta pesa, lakini borrowing powers kwa banks zingine mupate hiyo. Like mlikuja kwa si bai kusema hiyo, mlikuja kwetu Musbevu tukakiri na nyinyi kuna vile tunawasaidia. Mngeenda kwa vitu zingine, panga zingine, muone kama mnaweza pata pesa za kusaidia watu. Lakini kwa hii saa hii mtakuwa mmenyanyasa hao members.
Then you'll give him the final person yule huko.
Asanteni.
The final person yule will.
Asanteni, ninaona president imekuwa ni Kiswahili, pia mimi waje nikisatiti niongee Kiswahili. Kwanza tunashukuru mwenyekiti kwa ripoti mwafaka ambao umetusomea, na bila shaka kuna mambo matamu ambayo yako ndani mwake. Ya kwanza, na katika hali ya kutembelea vyuo vingine ili kuexpand our Sacco membership is a good idea, and if we do that we'll get more money that will cater for things like those loans that the CEO was talking about. That much tunasema hongera, na hiyo muendelee na mipango hiyo. Ya pili, katika hali ya kutrain members, hiyo pia ni kitu nzuri ambayo mlianza. Tunataka kuwahimiza kwamba kupitia kwa hiyo training tutapata ujuzi wa kufanya mambo hapa na pale ili tuweze kuimprove Sacco yetu. Ila tu tunaomba kwamba kuna mmoja ambaye alikuwa na concern kwamba training tumekuja kuona ni kwa watu fulani tu ambao is like every time wao ndio wako katika hali ya training. Tunaomba kwamba wacha hao members wote kila mtu apate hiyo nafasi ya training tafadhali, ili kwa sababu sote tuna patronize Sacco yetu. La mwisho ni kuhusu mambo ya plowback. Kwanza tunataka kusema kwamba I'm not liking the statement that the MC or whoever trying to insinuate that there are some members who are claiming that in last AGM that this agenda was not deliberated, and it's like we didn't see. We were very much alive, Bwana MC. So sometimes when we speak here as members, in your statement when you are addressing us, also just be mindful of your language. Otherwise, it might seem to be like we are speaking lies. What we want to request with a humble submission is that, yes, if that 50% was deliberated, I used the word, may the board use their own wisdom. I want to repeat. I like the member who proposed that why can't we revise on it so that we have a fair start of percent that will be fair to members, because as you can see, there's a lot of cry from the majority of the membership, so that we have a fair start of that proposal. Can we revise it to a fair one so that we can collectively agree at a fair percentage that we can start off? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Give this one first. Pea huyu kwanza, wewe utafuata mzee.
Thank you, the board, for the good work you are doing. I would like to echo the strategies you have put in place. Actually, members, let us not always be politicizing everything. This plowback, I know it is very painful, and the current economic times we are in, but we don't have a luxury of anything apart from ensuring that we start salvaging ourselves. Colleagues, I know almost all of you are in banks. You are paying very high interest. Siku gani ushaipewa dividend na bank? Nani abebe mkono? Ula alipewa dividend na bank, hizo interest munalipa on loans. We must ensure that we know that no pain, no gain. Lazima tuanzie mahali. We know our historical background of this Sacco. We know what has happened. We know how money has gotten lost. But now we are having a board which is now trying to lead us in getting out of ourselves. And in fact, I would like to encourage the CEO, ensure that you get these members out of the bank, not wale wako na 1 million or below, but all these members, let them come out of the banks. Let us put all our monies in the circle so that we can improve on our financial stability. Sai watu hapa wana pesa kwa payslip. And yet mnalaumu sako ndio inafanya. It is the banks which are making you not to have money on the payslip. So colleagues, please kindly jiiteni mikutano pale utaenda ukae. Hii pesa wakikupea hata leo hii dividend ya 10-20,000. By tomorrow you will not be having it.
You can there.
Na ukiplow back utapata loan 4-5 times hiyo pesa. So colleagues, jiiteni mkutano, and me, I'll support the board and I'll encourage all of us, please rethink our stand on this plowback. Thank you.
Members, hatutaki kupoteza wakati. Mambo ya 50% hiyo 50,000 ya dividends ni yetu. Na juzi nimekuwa kwa TV. County Commissioner inafaa usaidie hii board. Serikali imetoa loan ya kukopa pesa kule kuleta kwa sako, watu wakope maloni. Mambo ya kusumbua members saa hii ni kubaya. Mambo ya commissioner ni nini? Kazi ya commissioner ni kusaidia board na sako, sio kusumbua members. Saa hii ni kubaya. House levy imetungoja na nyinyi mnatuletea maneno mengine. Sio vitu yote tumeona hapa. Kwanza tulisema ploti ya sako inunuliwe. Hata ile poti walinunua hiyo ploti watuletee uchanja. Tulisema ploti ijengwe. Mmejenga nusu, mmewacha nusu. Saa hii investors wamekuja hapa, wanataka manyumba za kufanyia biashara. Si hiyo ni pesa watatuwekea kwa sako? Mfanye mpango ya kumaliza hiyo nyumba kwa haraka. Na County Commissioner, please. Juzi nimekuwa kwa TV nikaona vizuri sana. Wameintroduce hata miaka ya kulipa maloni wameongeza. Tafadhali ongeza, saidia bodi wetu wapata pesa ikuja sako tufanyia kazi. Asante.
Kwa nyuma.
Habari zenu. Sasa mimi naitwa Nicholas Wejuli Mang'oli. Nicholas Wejuli Mang'oli. Na mimi kwa sako hii sijawahi zungumza neno fulani. Lakini chairman unatuambia maneno zingine unadanganya. Kwa sababu gani? Hii maneno ambayo umesema hapa sisi hatujapitisha yoyote. Na tukitoka hapa utasitukia tu tumesign. Sisi wote tulikuwa kwa meeting. Hiyo hatutaki, na hiyo mundinda isiendelee kwa sako. Sako hii usiangalie ati inasaidia mtu mmoja, inasaidia watu wa Kakamega na imekuja kusafisha hapa hii kaunti yetu. Sasa wakati ambapo umesema kwa hii kitabu ati 100 shillings 1000 sinaenda kulipiwa kwa within 24 hours, hapo unatanganya. Utaenda huko utapata advance kwa 100 hiyo utapata tu wameandika tuchukua 10.
Sawa member, tumekusikia. Kuna another member hapo. Member, tumekusikia. Mpe yule alafu malize huko, alafu tutarudi huku, alafu tumalizie.
Sisi wadogo tunategemea tuweka hapo shares. Hata ukiritaya ukienda nyumbani utakujanga tu unachukua dividends yako unaenda nyumbani.
Member,
si hadi tumeweka kwa hiari ya sako. Mimi ni member hapo, lakini nikienda nyumbani nitawaja hapo shares. Nikikuja nataka dividends. na msichezee hiyo sako sasa.
PF 518, Kowino Isaac. Good morning, members, fellow members, and this is to the board of directors and to the managers of the Sacco. At least saving is good, my fellow members, and saving is good, my fellow board members. I wasn't there in the last AGM, but I'm in this one. But in this one, I echo your sentiments that we need to save. But I want to pray that we have a middle ground. Hearing the sentiments of the members, we cannot run away from saving. Members, we cannot run away from saving our own Sacco. And to the board, when the member cries, the prayer is, let's listen and have a middle ground. Life is give and take. We want to be given, we must also give so that our child, our Sacco grows. So I wish and I would say the way a member gave you a proposal. So I suggest to the chair and to the board members, given that 50% sounds to be an alarming, I may not say high, I may not say low, but it's a concern. And I'll also tell the members, 0 is not a saving. So we need a middle ground. Acceptable, so the Sacco is afloat, and the members are also happy. But if we say 0, the Sacco will go down. So members, I pray that we have a middle ground. And the middle ground is a percentage, not necessarily 50. There are those who can afford 100%. Let them go 100. But let's have a middle ground that we say a minimum of this. Then that's acceptable. But I'll also decry this tendency that we keep having where resolutions are made, and when you come to the next meeting, I decry it, Bwana Wamalwa, that we appear like we don't know. If a member was in that meeting, he should not have allowed that resolution to go without debating. So it's unfair to cry foul here. But now that you've cried and you have listened, we've made our point, we have known the challenge, let us have a middle ground on that issue as a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. We can give him, Amkanga, then SG. I think SG, you can wrap up. You can talk on behalf of all your members who have not talked. Give to Amkanga, then the SG.
Jina langu kwa wasionijua naitwa Mkanga Michael. Nimeokoka, nampenda Yesu. Nikifa leo ndaona mbingu. Ninayo mambo kadhaa ya kunena. Jambo la kwanza ni proposal ya chair about the change of a name. I think that's not a better idea to me, because you will only fear if that name was sounding like somebody's name, like a certain person's name. But Wevarsity is not associated with any person. Hapo nyuma ingekuwa associated with the Western University. But it being not associated with anybody, let it remain. Because I was born Mkanga Michael, and if I start changing it to Alan Lumwaki, people may question, what am I running away from, or what do I want to hide? So let our name remain, because when you want to change a name, it may take a lot, including the 30,000 you have proposed, and that 30,000 can be given to somebody as a dividend. And I can see on page 23, you have talked about the board reviewed the Sacco strategic plan. Why did the board review the strategic plan without including members? I thought you are there representing members. So if you want to do anything, you should come and talk to us, so that when you want to review the strategic plan, you can have our views included. And I think even the change in a name should have been part of the strategic plan. Number 3, you have said that you have a plot lying idle somewhere. What kind of a business people are you? Have you put that plot to use or is still lying idle? Mungepanda hata Napier grass muniuzie nipelekea ng'ombe yangu basi ningewalipa kakitu. Put that plot to use or get a good marketing person, because I've heard you have Joyce who is a marketer. Let her market the plot and sell. Why do you leave it still lay there for long? About this plowback thing, to me is a tall order. It's something that members do not want, other members want. If you ask me, I'll say I want it. Other people do not want it. But then, members, what are the consequences of us plowing and not plowing? We should strategically think about it. If we plow, what shall we benefit from? If we don't plow, what are the consequences? We should not just talk because we want to talk. I'm sorry, I may be hurting some of you, or I may not be hurting some of you. Plowing back of these profits is a management strategy. Recently, I was watching KCB Bank has plowed 100%. They're paying 0 dividends. It was last week's news. If somebody is plowing us something, I don't want to put a figure or a percent. That one, I'll leave it to you. It may be for our own good. Remember, I've just been going through the WhatsApp post. Somebody called Edwin has said that this is our money being boosting of our shares, and upande kote tunafaidi. Next year, if I was to get 20,000 as dividends, I'll get 22,000 because I'll have boosted my shares by that particular percentage I'll have. Let's think about it. I know it may not be in good interest of these members. Najua uchumi unatufinya kote kote mbele na nyuma. Lakini huo uchumi unafinya hata sako yetu. Na waombeni tafadhali tufikirie sana kabla ya tujasema. Nashukuru.
Members power. Ai, members bwana. Iko namna gani? Si ni mkutano bwana yetu. Members power. Wevarsity hoye. Hii ni sako yetu bwana. Ndio kwa maana tumekuja hapa. Kwa hivyo chairman na wageni, hamjambo. Members, mko wazima. Naona tumeongea juu ya hili jambo la inaitwa plowback for long. Na mimi nataka tukate kauli kama members. Kama kuna members ambao walikuwa kwa hii sako miaka 10 iliyopita. Nakumbuka tulikuwa na hii shida ya members kurundikana pale kwenye sako na hawapati senti. Mnakumbuka? Wakati huo hata mapato yetu yalikuwa mengi. Kulikuwa na hii kitu inaitwa PSSP, sijui kulikuwa na bonus, lakini bado kulikuwa na mrundiko wa members pale kwenye sako wakitafuta loans. Wakati huo pesa haikutosha, na hata leo pesa haitoshi. Lakini nakumbuka katika mojawapo ya hiyo mikutano members nilitoa pendekezo. Nikasema kwamba ikiwa sako inataka iwe na pesa kutosha kupatia members loans, wafanye jambo moja ambalo linafanyika katika sako zingine, kwamba wakati member anachukua loan ya 1,500 kwa kila mwezi, mnakata 1% ya the value of the loan kama savings zake mpaka wakati atamaliza loan. Kwa hivyo ukichukua loan ya 1,500 kwa kila mwezi lazima uweke hazina ya shilingi 5,000. Ukichukua loan ya 1,000,000 kila mwezi lazima uweke hazina ya 10,000. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wana mapato makubwa wangeliweka savings nyingi, kwa sababu wao ndio wamefaidika zaidi kutokana na sako. Kwa hivyo wasave pesa nyingi. Mimi nilipoingia katika hii sako nilitoka Mwalimu Sako, na hivyo ndio wanafanya mpaka leo. Yule ambaye anachukua 4,000,000 kwa kila mwezi wanakata pesa zake savings 40,000 mpaka siku ile atamaliza loan. Akimaliza loan leo, kesho anaandika barua anasema ningependa kureduce shares zangu za mwezi to the minimum 5,000. Wanasema ni sawa. Kwa hivyo atakuwa amechukua loan kubwa kwa sako na pia amesave pesa nyingi kwa sako. Ndio kwa maana ukienda Mwalimu Sako utasikia kuna watu wana milioni 10, kuna watu wana milioni 20 savings. Dividends zake kwa mwaka anaenda na milioni 2. Nimemalizia hapo kwa sababu hiyo hamkusikiza. That was 10 years ago and I told you. Jambo la pili. Members, hii ni kampuni. Tunaita sako lakini hii ni kampuni. Tunafanya biashara na biashara yetu ni pesa. Safaricom pia ni kampuni na wanatoa dividends kama vile tu sisi tunatoa dividends. Kule unanunua shares unapewa dividends. Safaricom wakati walianzisha operations zao Ethiopia hawakuwa na pesa za kutosha. Kwa hivyo waliambia members hatutawapatia dividends. Hawakutoa dividends. Kwa miaka 2 wakiekeza kule Ethiopia hawakupatia members dividends, ili wapate senti za kuanzisha operations zao kwa nchi ngeni. Na members walielewa. Members wao walielewa kwa sababu walijua tumewekeza pesa zetu Ethiopia ili tuwe na mapato mengi zaidi. Hapa tunaita hiyo plowback. Kwa hivyo members, tusibishane hapa sana. Hizi ni senti zetu, kampuni ni yetu. Ni lile ningeomba, ikiwa tunaona kwamba 50% ni nyingi sana, tunaweza kupunguza. Lakini tusiseme hatutoi kabisa. Kwa sababu sisi ndio wale ambao tutaenda kwa sako leo tunataka loans, tutaambiwa hakuna pesa kwa sababu hamjaleta pesa na tutakasirika. Mimi ningependa kila mmoja wetu akienda kwa sako leo apate senti. Kila mmoja wetu. Lakini tutafanya hivyo ikiwa pia sisi kama shareholders, kumbukeni hii ni kampuni yetu. Si ati ni kampuni ya kigeni sisi tumewekeza tu. Hapana, hii ni kampuni yetu na tunataka kuikuza. Jamini, tuweke senti kwenye hii sako. Lakini nataka niwashauri board, hili jambo ambalo niliwaambia miaka 10, Rehema we hukuwa, nikitoa haya mawazo ya wale ambao wanachukua loan kubwa pia wa save zaidi ili kuwe na pesa kwa sako. Fikirieni hilo jambo. Lakini hili jambo la plowback, members, mimi ningependa kupendekeza tupatane pahali. Tupatane pahali. Kwangu mimi ndio najua kwamba maisha ni magumu. Na maisha yataendelea kuwa magumu, hayatakuwa mepesi. Kwa sababu sasa petroli ni shilingi 200 lita moja. Naomba tukubaliane na board, chairman, tuongoze, tukubaliane, tukutane katikati. Mimi nilikuwa napendekeza tunaweza kutania kwa 30% badala ya kusema 50. Alafu mwaka ujao tuelewe kwamba tutaendelea mwaka ujao tupandishe tena kidogo ili tugaramike ndio, lakini pia tuwe na tunatoka na senti wakati tunaingia sako. Mimi nikikuja sako, mimi zangu mkate hata 50%. Kateni leo. Lakini nikikuja sako, mniangalie na huruma. Ninatoa pesa leo na mtanipa. Kwa sababu mimi ni mteja mkubwa wa sako chairman. Na Rehema ananijua. Ninaingia pale kila siku. Na sitaki niingie siku moja mniambia mna pesa. Kila mara nikiingia mnaniambia ni sawa, tutakutafutia. Ingawa inachelewa kidogo kwa sababu labda hamna senti. Hizi pesa tuwape hawa watu. Tuwape watufanyie kazi. Bure watakuwa wanafanya kazi na sisi tukienda huku hatupati loan. Kwa hivyo sasa hata wafanye kazi, hata kama mnawalipa mshahara wafanye kazi kwa sababu hamchukui loans. Sasa ni lipi bora? Tuongezee pesa na tuongezee kazi, ama tuwanyime pesa sisi pia tukose na wao wakose kazi na tunawalipa mshahara? Hayo ni maoni yangu. Members, tufikirie sana. Sio amelia, yule mama amelia, yule msichana mdogo amelia, chairman amepiga debe. Members, naomba chairman toa kauli. 50 labda ni nyingi kidogo, tuanze pahali. 30 naona ni sawa, lakini mimi zangu kata 50. Asante.
Okay. Thank you so much, SG. Before I say something, kuna wengine wako online. Kuna mmoja wetu anaitwa Maple Wanyonya ameulizia mambo ya what happened to loan defaulters? Were they followed? The answer is obviously yes. Because the loan default stood at around 45,000, and as it is now, it is around 15,000. We are really following up on them. 15 million. sorry. We are following up on them using our recovery office. The young man in the recovery office is doing a great job. And even to your information, the SASRA, who is our regulator, is also assisting us follow up on these loans. So we are way to go. Another one has asked on training. Not all members have been trained. Yes, this is an issue, an initiative we have started in a recent time. Remember, we first started way back in 2003, and trainings used not to be there. This is a new invention, and we are praying that everybody will be trained with a Coast and other partners. We have a schedule, we have a list. So far, we have trained the groups that normally we train the groups in 30s. So far, we have trained around 190. And then recently we had a training here, the Acosta training, at Must MCU, where we trained around 500. So we are on course and everybody will be trained. Thank you so much. Those are 2 questions. Maybe before I continue, there are some reactions where some are leave for the CEO. Somebody asked about the 19 million. This is not a default. This is an issue that came with the migration issues. Sasa tusiconfuse vitu mbili, and we talked about it. Prudent in credit management. We have said this because some of us in the recent past, kuna wale watu walikuwa wanakarandii wenzao atafi. Hata wesi angalia amechukua loan ya pesa ngapi. Yeye anasema tulete nikukarandii na utanipatia kama 20K. So that is where we are saying you need to be very keen when you are guaranteeing somebody. That's why we're talking of the prudency. Because some of us, those forms are clearly well spelled. You check. And even you give, if it is 20,000 you have guaranteed, or 30 or something, that will help us a great deal. I think the M-Pesa issues that used to be there, I think these were just governance issues, and so far we have corrected. And if you think so, we can improve. We are well to go, because what I've come to learn is we fail because of maybe leadership. But if leadership is okay, you see it okay, and then it's also good to go to try it, because sometimes kukimbia sako unataka pesa na pesa unaweza chukua kwa simu. In all these forms of nini ni mzuri. Education, I've talked about it. Plowback? Okay. Kiongozi aliuliza, how are we sure if this plowback is done now? Tutafanya hizo vitu niliongelea. Before I answer that, I also want to take this opportunity to ask my good friend in a very respectful way. Mimi si muongo. Ningekuwa muongo singekuwa chairman. You know, this thing is being broadcasted. Ukiniita muongo hapa, that is like, it's not good, by the way. Wacha tuheshimiane tu. Because hata patri yangu akiona kwa TV mimi ni muongo ni mbaya. So that person must withdraw. You are a member, you have a right, but let's have respect to one another. Hii issue ya how best can we manage? The CEO mentioned a lot of, we are not depending only on plowback. She mentioned about other partners. We have, like FC, she will also come up and explain. And I have also requested in my report that let us all be FOSA earners. Remember, I talked of the 1576 members, and only 600 are FOSA earners. You know, we are losing a lot to the banks. Are we together? So those things, all collective load and put together, will give this board and the CEO opportunity to serve you well. Strategic plan, I think, is a management issue, and I don't see anything wrong in that. Plot. He plotted to Mecharibu, and that's why atuchakaa tu kwa board. Remember, we sit in a board for 1 year, we bring here some 2-3 proposals, and we run everything down. We again sit for another 1 year. When shall we grow, brothers and sisters? Maybe let me leave the others for the CEO to react before we conclude on this issue of plowback. As I said earlier, we need to do things in a different way. As you look at this, today's HEM, it is at least from the appearance, it carries some difference from the previous ones. So we must also learn to grow. Wezi saa mtoto alafu muache uji, we muvae nguo. Wevarsity is ours, Wevarsity is mine, and Wevarsity is yours.
Okay, thank you, members. Just to answer a few concerns on the chairman's report. I'll start with the strategic plan. Someone is concerned. Why is the board reviewing the strategic plan and not the members? This is a management report that's always looked at by a professional, by a consultant, together with the staff and the board of directors. Majorly in the strategic plan, we set goals. We look at our strengths, our weaknesses, and opportunities that we have, or even the threats around us. Based on the 4 that I've mentioned, and then we come up with goals for the Sacco. We may come up with goals in terms of revenue growth, asset base, growth of remittance, and so on and so forth. If today I come to the members and maybe I request you to maybe have suggestions on the revenue growth, you don't work in the Sacco, you are the bosses of the Sacco. And therefore that is very tiresome. Bringing all these brains to help me do what I'm supposed to do is not right. I'm the CEO, I have the technical experts to know how the Sacco will grow based on, if I put in this initiative, I know we can come from this percentage growth, we can have this percentage growth in revenue or even in total asset. So kindly let us know where we come in as members. No, mostly it's about the policies that we always have. I know the board, we always get in members in terms of policy making, but not on the strategic plan. This is where I really focus on with the staff. We set targets for all the staff in the beginning of the year, and I follow up quarterly to ensure all the targets are met as per our strategic plan and strategic objective. Number 2, I would like to talk about the M-Pesa services where a member is concerned. I believe we've been changing the board of directors or even the management. I've heard the story about what happened on the other M-Pesa. And I'm also here today telling members that we've introduced M-Pesa services at the Sacco. I'm proudly saying this because I know we've taken into consideration all the risk and all the mistakes that happened before. Our staff, the 2 staff who are managing the M-Pesa, have been trained. and they know what to do. We are doing also reconciliations on a daily basis to ensure all the figures on the M-Pesas are tallying. And I can't introduce a service that I've not checked through to ensure it will benefit the members. So kindly, let us not use the previous mistakes or the previous problem to benchmark on our future. I know at times we make mistakes, but we use those mistakes to learn and do better in the near or in the future. Number 3 is about education. Some of our members are concerned. We are having member trainings, and maybe you've not been invited or so. Last year, we partnered with ACOSCA. ACOSCA is African Confederation of Cooperatives. This ACOSCA is coming in to train our members at their cost. Most of the time, they train our members at Diamond Rock, but we always do it as per their request. Like they don't need, in every training session, we are only allowed to have 30 members for that training. So what we did, I developed a training schedule. On the training schedule, it helps us know who have been trained, who have not been trained, and when they are being trained. So with this, I know by the end of the year, we'll have trained all the members. And apart from ACOSCA training, we have the Ministry of Cooperative here, we have Cusco here. We'll organize for another general membership training where all the members are welcome to come. We chat one way or another on how we can empower ourselves. Number 3, I'll talk. Someone said we have other means of getting money. You mentioned about Musbef and so forth. Thank you for that. At least you can testify that as Sacco, we are not just planning to have the plowback only. We are trying all means. Personally, I've worked to all the welfare groups in Masinde Muliro, all the staff, to ensure that these welfare groups are saving with the Sacco so that we have money just to give you guys. So it is not just the plowback alone. We have put in place many strategies to ensure our liquidity is improved. Another one was on 1% transfer of loans, like if someone is concerned saying the members who are having higher loans to save more than the members with less loans. This is something we've tried. Currently, we are doing 5% on your basic salary. 5% on your basic salary already puts the higher earner to save more than the lower earner. And let me tell you here, the 5% that is in our credit policy, only 20% of our members are complying to this. 20%. Some of our members are contributing almost nothing. If you look at, it's not because they don't want, but their pay slips, they don't have abilities on the pay slip to even contribute something. So here you're telling me now to share, to again tell members to contribute 1% of their loaning. Someone will feel like now you're punishing me for taking a loan in the Sacco. We agreed we do 5% of our basic salary, and it's already, only 20% are complying with this. I have 80% who are not complying. And it may be their wish to contribute more, is only that their pay slips cannot allow. So kindly, we have also checked on this, and it's not really possible, it's not really realistic to tell someone if you are taking 1 million, give us 10,000 per month. Most of them, especially the WASU members, I know they are contributing 5% of their basic salary. But if I look for cases like Udea, someone is contributing 500 shillings, when our minimum is 2,500. There is nothing much we can do about it. Lastly, is about the plowback before the chairman comes in on his final remark about the same. I stand here as a mother. And I believe mothers, at times, we make decisions that are good for our children at the end of the day. Same time, we say no pain, no gain. This is our Sacco. You are the bosses. I'm just mtu wa mkono. Whatever I'm given, I always promise that whatever I'm given, I'll use it for the right purpose of the Sacco, to the best interest of the members. Same time, like I said, I'm sorry to repeat this, but I have to. When I sit in that office, it pains me so much when members are coming in, someone is having a sick person in the hospital, an emergency to take care of, and we don't have money to give out. Now, A plowback is just one of the measures or one of the requests that we are putting across to members so that you help us have money that you can still take back as loans. And at the end of the day, mark this, the 50% that I'm plowing back to your account, it is your money. This is something that you will be proud of when you are retiring. You have at least 1 million to start with. Instead of going for maybe starting from pension, and then after 2-3 years, you've cleared your pension, imagining that life ends on retirement, and then you realize you have another 30 years to live, you're just wondering where to go next. So this is the only place you can start from. Kindly. I'm doing this for the best interest of the Sacco. On the 50%, you will give me 14 million. Remember I said, in a good month, I receive more than 30 million loan applications. But on the 50% plowback, you are only giving me 14 million. Maybe I would have suggested 100%, but again, I had to consider the economic times and our members' expectation. But from where I stand, 14 million to me was just the little I needed for the growth of this Sacco or for the change that we are all looking into. It is just 14 million. Someone asked the chair about about his proposals, whether they were realistic or not. We worked in consultations with him. Remember, I'm still insisting, plowback is just one on the million ways that we are coming up with to improve on our liquidity. So I'm looking at this 14 million. I'm looking at the government grant someone have mentioned. I'm looking at membership recruitment. I'm looking also at the loan recovery. We now have a recovery department that ensures our loans are paid so that we have money in circulation. You don't come for a loan and then I'll tell you money is out, members have defaulted loans, so we can't pay you. We have many ways that we are just putting in place to ensure our liquidity is improved. So my parting shot, members, I love you so much. I know you trusted me with this, but I can't come here with a proposal that I know is not good for the members. If you give me the 14 million today, I can assure you, I know where this Sacco is going to, and I have that confidence that there will be improvement in our service delivery to our members. In a report they have mentioned, they have improved on my salary. Do you think I'm happy enjoying my salary when you guys can't get services? At the end of the day, when I tell you we don't have money, okay, I may tell you we don't have money, but that at the end of the day, I'm given my salary. There is no return on investment if I'm getting my salary when I can't serve the members. So this is your Sacco. This is your investment. Kindly let us invest in our Sacco. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam CEO. Even the patience shows that there will be some light at the end of the tunnel. That's what I'm believing. Members, allow me, you know, we have a supervisory report, we have the treasurer's report. I kindly request that you allow me, still we have a session of resolutions, Indio. Instead of going the way SG said, let's have these reports and then we run the resolution together, we close the event. Will that be okay? Yeah. Then let me thank the members for your contributions, for your suggestions. We have really, as a board, we have really taken up the reactions and suggestions, and we are going to work on it. And then before maybe the supervisory comes in, we have the chief guest, the commissioner, who may be having some other engagements. He wants to guide us on something. We can allow me call him so that he can share something with us before we have a supervisory report. Kindly, Commissioner, welcome. Mpigie Commissioner makofi tafadhali.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman, Board of Directors, Wevarsity Sacco, management staff, honorable members, good morning. Good morning again. Oh, it's afternoon. Sorry. I didn't find time to look at my watch. My name is Ben Kangale, County Cooperative Commissioner, Kakamega. I wish to appreciate this auspicious. It makes us all happy just to gather here and celebrate 20 years of service. But then, looking at how we do our business, I was referring to some principles on group dynamics. A group is formed. Then there is, immediate after formation, there is storming. People don't agree. A lot of arguments here and there. Then the third stage is norming. They come up with norms on how to operate. And then at the end of the day, they embark on performance. Our Sacco, for many years, has remained at storming stage, trying to get some bearing. Vuta ni kufute. Unaipanga hii, unasema hapana. Say we are contributing towards this cause. Others rise to say no, we won't go that direction, storming. But in groups, in group dynamics, if you overstay at that storming stage, you may not achieve the intended results fast enough. So today, I'll share with you some hard facts. You may not be happy with what I'll say, but these are the hard facts about governance in cooperatives. We can't continue staying in that storming stage forever. I'll begin by highlighting members why SACCOs are formed. I'm a member of a SACCO somewhere, and the reasons why we form SACCOs is the same. It's for savings and credit. That's why it's called Wevarsity Savings and Credit Cooperative Society. You put together your savings. Then out of that pool, then you borrow and do development. You put in that pot like 100,000 shillings. Then you borrow 3 times, 300,000, and invest somewhere so that you can improve your livelihood. You can grow your wealth. That's why we formed Wevarsity. There have been misleading, there have been misconceptions about why we formed this Sacco. Others peddle lies that we formed this Sacco so that we can continuously earn high dividends. A member there raised an issue. One said, even if you get these 20,000 shillings as interest on deposit and dividends today, you will not be having it tomorrow. But if you can borrow 500,000 shillings from the Sacco and invest even in sugarcane farming, after 14 months, you will earn a lot of money out of the 500,000. You may multiply that 500 by even 4 to get 2 million. That is the development that we need through Wevarsity. So it is basically loans. We were formed so that we can get loans from the Sacco. So that's why we have always been endeavoring to streamline the activities in the Sacco so that you can promptly access credit whenever you want it. If you want 1 million, can you get it within the shortest time possible? Like where I belong, if I filled a form right now, and Caleb, who is a member, Karandis, and another one, I'll get that loan within 2 hours. It will be in my bank account. That's where we are moving to. That's why I'm urging us to exceed the storming stage. We have remained at the storming stage for too long. Let's perform now. That's why the CEO is coming up with turn-around strategies, which can cause us now to perform. So the main reason, members, is not dividend and interest. It is loan service. How do we improve this loan service? It is through sacrificing like you are going to do today. By the way, members, before I forget, you have never asked yourselves where the Sacco gets the additional money. You have maybe 500 deposits. Times 3, umewahi kupata 1.5 million. Have you ever asked yourself where the Sacco got 1 million to add on what you had given them? To make 1.5, ndio kaenda nyumbani na 1.5. The 1 million extra, they normally borrow from banks. They borrow from Cusco. Sometimes they have borrowed. But where we want to go, we want to minimize external borrowing. So that if you have 300,000 and you want 900,000, the 600,000 is mobilized from within. That way, members, we will grow our Sacco. Otherwise, we will keep quarreling, we will keep going to the banks. And a member here observed very well that the bank, those of us who have loans in the bank, after they deduct your interest, after you pay that interest, they plow back everything. Whatever you have given them as interest, they plow back everything. That's why they remain stable as we keep quarreling in this hall every year. I asked to come in early because sometimes we may have issues to share with you. But then, by the close of the meeting, members will have been discouraged and will have left. So I told the chairman, though I may continue sitting around, I cheated him that I'll be going, so that I share with you these hard facts. So let's get it that the stability of this society is in our hands. Nikama kwetu, I come from a community where we have a small bird, very small, tiny. It's called tietie. I don't know other languages, but it is very small. If you put in your hands, you can hold it like this. So if somebody asked you about the bird in the hand, whether it is alive or not, it is you who has the answer. Because if somebody says it is dead, you will leave it, and then you will have to disapprove that person. But then if it is not dead, and he says it is alive, you leave it. If you say it is alive, you will just press, and it dies, and then you say, no, you are lying. So the life of Wevarsity is in your hands. Wevarsity is yours. Mine is called Shirika Sacco Society. It is in Nairobi. Teachers have theirs. Teachers in this county have theirs, called IG. They met the other day, very calmly. They discussed their businesses calmly, and then paid their dividends, and encouraged members not to focus on dividends also, so that we can together build this Sacco. Number two, members, just to pick on what the CEO had presented, we want to prescribe turn-around strategies for this Sacco. I worked in Bungoma before I came to Kakamega. Ngarisha Sacco, former Bungoma teachers had problems. It was not serving members on time. Members want loans, you can't get the loans. People were discouraged. Many left and joined other Saccos. But we sat with the members. Theirs is delegate system. We agreed on turnaround strategies. And then it turned around. It is a giant Sacco now. This IG had problems by 2002. They sat with the ministry. They discussed these turnaround strategies. It is now up. It is one of the best performing cooperatives in the country. Wevarsity can also transform. We can turn around Wevarsity if we can agree to work together today. It is possible we can transform Wevarsity. Some people say university Saccos never go far. But we want to disapprove those naysayers. There is that notion that university Saccos, that because of that mixed grill, that we have professors, doctors, universities are learned guys. And where people are learned, they cannot agree on a clear way forward. we want to disapprove those naysayers. We almost believed what we were hearing about university circles, but I have sat with Caleb and we have said, no, we can't continue like this. Let's just share these turnaround strategies, and then Wevarsity will come back on track. The first one is about plowing back. Strategy number 1. She has talked about plowing back your deposit, interest on deposits. It's a good idea, because she's talking about if you plowed back 50%, she's going to raise 14 million today, so that she will be in a better position now to serve members from tomorrow. Very good idea, brilliant idea. We support as government. In fact, a member there observed that Safaricom did that for 2 consecutive years. Imagine if it was not 50%, if it was 100, she could raise 28 million. It means we could not go to the bank anytime soon. That is the way to go, members. Another idea, another strategy that we must embrace is the idea of savings. We have been talking here. Towards the tail end of the meeting, people will have left. Sometimes we talk about taking your savings as a percentage on your gross earnings. Like what we do in my circle. I contribute 10% of my gross earnings every month, whether I have a loan or not. And now my circle has surplus funds because of that strategy. They have surplus funds. They are now investing in treasury bills and bonds because they have excess. So if we can decide one time, without arguing, without confrontation, we can agree here, we work together, that now we are deciding, because it is our circle, it is our savings, it is our own, like you save, and that's your savings, lifetime savings, it is yours. Let's have that mindset, that Wevarsity is not another person's organization. Others imagine that Wevarsity is for the ministry. So when you decide maybe to save, pick your savings, adjust your savings as a percentage. If you can agree, amend that in the loan policy, then it will work well for you. That strategy will work. Or you can look at the Muliro model, Muliro Sacco model, that if you pick a loan, 10% of the loan you have picked, that has assisted Muliro Sacco. They also have surplus funds. So if other circles are embracing strategies which turn around the organizations, why are we all ever rebellious? Why do we challenge positive approaches? Why do we always challenge positive approaches? Like even if it was your home, if you keep challenging your wife says, let's farm, let's do 5 acres, maize farming. You say, no, I have a lot of money. We can't go to the farms. We went to school. We can't go to the farm. She says, can we have a dairy cow? You say, no, can't work here. You keep challenging. Will you ever develop? You will never develop. Because with your spouse, you are not agreeing. So if we don't agree here as members every day, when shall we strategize and start moving forward? Another strategy, members, we have talked about 2. The first one was plowing back your dividends. And as you plow back, you also recover maybe a loan, we call it, those loans that you are recovering. Loan write-offs. We have loans which will not be traced. In the meantime, as we pursue those people who have defaulted, can we normalize the situation by working with our surplus so that the circle is not affected? That is a strategy which works very well. In other organizations, we keep objecting to that. We keep dismissing, but that strategy works. That out of the surplus, you recover something every year until you clear. After 3-4 years, we will have stabilized. That is a strategy as we plow back. The second I've said is about savings. Can we reconsider our level of savings in the circle? That is the second strategy. Third strategy, members, relates to governance. We feel, as Ministry of Cooperatives, the governance in this circle is not at optimal level. We are not yet at the level we desire. I was comparing your organization with another one in Busia. We have a big Sacco in Busia with a membership of 5,000. They have refused to go delegate system. So every year, whenever they gather in Busia town, it is chaotic. It is just chaos. The meeting is chaotic because you can imagine over 3,000 people meeting in a hall like this one to discuss business. 3,000 members. Sometimes they fight. Sometimes they fight. So about governance, about this Sacco, I also wanted to tell you the truth. You have refused to listen and agree about delegate system. But that is the only way this society will be stable and become a reference point. People will now be coming to study at Wevarsity Sacco as a university Sacco which will have prospered if you went delegate system. I've been working as a corporate officer for many years, for many decades, close to 3 decades. We have seen it work elsewhere. So when we rise here to speak, we are speaking from experience. We have seen it work. So you may say, you see, you want to deny us an opportunity to come and share and express our English. You see, you can express your English here, but leadership is not about eloquence. Leadership is about actions which lead to results. What is your objective? What are the results? Not eloquence. So sometimes you say, no, if we went delegate, and you imagine that you will not be a delegate. If I want to be a delegate, how will I be speaking before people? How will people be clapping for me? That is subsidiary. The main thing is that if we can have, like in Bungoma, we told Bungoma teachers that go delegate system. So only 200 members meet to discuss business on behalf of the members. The delegates meet members in those sub-colleges, those smaller groups. They come with their issues in a meeting. Delegates then congregate to discuss business. That is how Ngarisha is among the top performing cooperatives again in the country. So if we keep arguing that will deny me an opportunity to speak, we will remain at the same level and history may judge us harshly. Another strategy, it may also be very bitter, but then I must also say it. The Sacco took some money and invested in the plaza. We discussed here that let people buy so that the money that the Sacco gave out to the plaza comes back. So that as you buy, some may want to bring in cash, others will take a loan, and the money remains here. So that what is in the plaza, because we are also earning some interest out of it, it becomes either an activity of housing cooperative, which is here. I normally talk to the chair. He's a very good man. Professor Muterema has been the chair. We can transfer the plaza to housing, or we can have a few members owning it, so that the money, the shares, the amount that is in the plaza comes back for loaning purposes. That is another strategy. We did that at Shirika Sacco, and it worked very well. Those are the issues which I wanted to share with you members, and I wish to finish by saying this. We sometimes make noise. Today, I'm very happy. I can see amongst us, we have even leaders who came to the office. When there was a problem, they came to the office, we discussed, we came for the meetings, we chatted way forward. Here we are, we have a very peaceful meeting. I wanted to reiterate this, that cooperative, this Sacco is not for charity. It is not a social gathering. We are not gathering here to discuss social issues. We are gathering here to discuss business. It's about business. Tumekuja hapa ni biashara. Na nitaka kuambia hivi members, business hates noise. Money, business about money, and money business hates noise. Ukipiga kelele na pesa, pesa inatoroka. When we come here, let's just focus on money business. Money business haitaki kelele. That is why our growth trajectory has not been smooth. Haijaenda straight hivi. Inaenda hivi, inarudi chini hivi, inaenda hivi. Zigzag kidogo. Because sometimes we make noise. But I'm happy. It's like now we are declaring that this 23rd day of March marks there is a paradigm shift now. This is a new beginning. That we will not make noise like we have not made any noise since morning. Hakuna noise nimesikia since morning. That we will now be discussing business and we will be guided by the experts in the room. The CEO may be young, but has ideas. Government has ideas. When you see IG shine, the way it is shining, it is the ministry. They depend on us. We share with them. Ngarisha depended on our advice. Ngarisha is up. It is flourishing. Most of the organizations that are doing well take advice. So I wanted to share with you members that as we continue our discussions, kindly let's know that this is our business and the life of this Wevarsity is in our hands, not the hands of the Ministry of Cooperatives. Thank you very much.
Hayo makofi hayatoshi. Najua wengi wenu mlikuwa enzi ya Nyayo. Tutayarishe makofi yale ya Nyayo. Tutaenda moja, mbili, haya. Sasa tutayarisha sasa. Kwa maelekezi mazuri, commissioner amejaribu kutuelekeza. Amesema tutoke pale tumegwama, sivyo? Tutoke pale tumegwama. Haya. Tayarisha mikono, tayarisha. Haya, moja, mbili, tatu, funga, fungua. Asante sana. Nadhani kwa sababu ya muda, asante commissioner kwa maelekezi hayo. Kwa sababu ya muda, ripoti zilizobaki ni mbili. Ile ya kamati ya uangalizi, supervisory report na treasurer's report. Nadhani zote, endapo mtaniruhusu, wazisome zote, kisha tutoe maoni mwishoni. Kwa sababu tuna sehemu nzito sana ambayo inafaa tufanye ya bajeti. I take this opportunity to invite the chair lady supervisory to come and present her report. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. I'm presenting supervisory committee reports. Preliminaries. We, the supervisory committee members, are pleased to share with you a summary of our reports, findings, and resolutions based on the financial year 2023 audit mandate. The supervisory committee is an independent committee and draws its mandate from the Cooperative Society Act Cap 490, Section 28, Bylaws number 61. The main responsibility of the supervisory committee are to check effectiveness of the Sacco Society's internal control system through verification of transactions from time to time. Periodic reports are prepared and tabled at joint board meetings and at the general meetings. The scope. During the year 2023, the supervisory committee managed to audit the following areas: external borrowing, loans, defaulters, personnel expenses, board and committee meetings, membership, Sacco assets, power backup and the CCTV, Wevarsity Plaza shops, treasury management, financial reports, expenditure, stock budget, Sacco income, then staff matters. The first 3.1, external borrowing. Sacco external borrowings as at January 2023 was 12,222,222 with a new loan of 20 million. The repayment during the year was 18,135,340. The loan balance is at December 23 was 14 million. The loan processing. There was improvement in loan processing as the forms were being cross-checked by the internal auditor. Any issues raised were being resolved before the loan is processed. We recommend the internal auditor to check guarantors' ability before the loan is processed. Pending loans. Pending loans as December 2023 was 18.4 million against total remittance of 10.5. We advise that long-term loans be processed as per the loan schedule. Management to ensure there is clear loan schedule to reduce waiting period for members to be served. Loan disbursement. From our audit, we noted that most of the loans issued in 2020 complied with credit policy guidelines and are being serviced. Total loan disbursed was 496,900,522 compared to 348,565,525 in the year 2022. Defaulters. Our scrutiny established that the board continuously engaged in dealing with the loan default. We further noted as at December 2023, the Sacco total default was 8.5. This translates to 4.72 of the total loan portfolio compared to the year 2022, which was 16,452,952. We applaud the board of directors and management for the efforts and strategy put in place to ensure that loans are being recovered. We urge members to continue supporting and cooperating with the board of directors and management to ensure all this is achieved in total. Personnel expenses. The Sacco personnel expenses was at 15,431 by December 2023. It increased from 13,655,755 December 2022. This increase was due to staff annual salary increment, staff medical cover and trainings. Board and committee meetings. We noted that most of the committee minutes were signed and filed. The proceedings were diligently recorded and duly filed. Our scrutiny payout made as allowances confirmed perfect balance between meeting attendance record and total allowance paid to board and supervisory committee. Membership. Sacco active membership increased from 1,096 by December 2022 to 1,576 by December 2023. This was due to effective marketing strategies that were put in place. Sacco total asset. The Sacco total asset members, which are the members' advances and loans, tangible assets and cash at bank and other institutions, was 457,680,661. Power, backup, and CCTV. We noted that the board of directors and management worked on the power outage and installed an effective solar system. CCTV are in place and well functioning. Wevarsity Plaza shops. Their rent arrears were cleared by December. Tenants' agreements are in place and signed. Treasury and petty cash management. The treasury book was up to date and matched with the system balances. In the petty cash, we noted that expenses incurred during the year under review are reasonable, duly approved, and properly supported by documents and receipts required. Financial reports. We reviewed key financial records for the year, including statement of financial position, cash and bank reconciliation statement, statement of comprehensive income, and statement of cash flow. We noted that they generally prepared well and comply with the Sacco's internal guidelines. All bank reconciliations are done monthly and up to date. Expenditure stock budget. Most expenses of the Sacco during the year under review reasonably within the approved budget. Sacco income and liquidity. The Sacco income and liquidity sources is mostly remittances. The following are remittances as of December 2023. We have the FOSA and BOSA remittances. In Mus, we get 14 million. Kakamega County, 628,000. Kibabi, we get 336,000. Turukana, we get 641,212. Kafu, we get 1.4 million. Kakamega County, 490. Access, we get 151. We recommend the board of directors to continue with aggressive marketing to ensure improvement in our income and seek other sources of income. Staff matters. The Sacco had 12 staff, the same figure as it was in 2022. We noted that there was a reduction in staff turnover due to peaceful working environment. General comments. Plow back on dividends and interest on deposits. I take this opportunity to appreciate and thank the members for approving 50% plow back on dividends and interest on deposits for the financial year 2023 to 2025. This will result in improved liquidity, timely loan disbursement, and affordable assets, trainings, and education. There is continuous member training by ACOSCA. Then a schedule is in place to ensure all members are trained by the end of the financial year 2024. There is general improvement in service delivery to our members. Therefore, we encourage our members to continue patronizing our Sacco products for its growth and sustainability. The report was prepared by Chief Chris Maero, Emily Kiveu, and Professor Jacob Wahungu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisory Report, the Supervisory Committee, for that report for the year 2023. I take this opportunity now to invite our auditor to present the audited accounts.
The Board of Directors, invited guests, members present today during this AGM, good afternoon. Good afternoon once more again. So I'm CPA Andika Cedric from Ronald's LLP, and I'll be taking you through the audited set of financial statements for the financial year ended 2023, and also later on present the opinion for the same financial year. So key to note is the key summary statements that we'll be going through. We have the statement of profit or loss, or otherwise known as the statement of comprehensive income, whereby we just have to see the general performance of the society for the year 2023, and also we have provided comparatives for the same. So you can also be able just to do your own tabulations and see the movement from the previous financial year to the one that we're dealing with currently. We'll also go through the statement of financial position, also known as the balance sheet, where we just assess the net worth of the society in general, assets over the liabilities and equity items. So additional to that, we also have a statement of changes in equity, whereby we just assess where the shareholder funds and reserves, the movement that has been done through the financial years, and also a statement of cash flows, whereby we just assess the movement of cash through the operations of the society during the financial year. So we'll go ahead and start with the statement of profit or loss, the comprehensive income statement. So you will note that the society is generating revenue from interest on loans and advances, this from the loans that they issue to members. And you can note that from the previous financial year, 2022, we were at 70,778,848. But the current financial year, we are at 75,107,579. This just indicates that there's an... Okay. Oh, sorry. Page 41. Are we all there? Page 41, the statement of profit or loss or other comprehensive income. So I'll continue. I was saying the society generates its revenue from interest on loans and advances, from the loans issued out to the members of the society. And at the current financial year, we stand at 75,107,579 Kenya shillings. So key to note that there's a slight improvement in that, around 6%, which was realized through the introduction of the society introduced some new products, which we commend the members for the key uptakes that were done during this period. And also, there was a slight decrease in the uptake of the short-term loans, which resulted to this position that we have currently. There's also other interest income. You'll note that there was no amount during this year because the society generally no longer saves with CIC Unit Trust, which was the other interest income for the society. So total interest comes to the 75,107,000 in comparison to 70 million in the prior year, a 5% increase, which is commendable to you members. We also have interest expenses, which were realized from loan refinancing and the loan refinance and also interest expenses, yeah. We have a figure of 29 million this year, 925. And if you realize the interest expenses realized through the interest on fixed deposits and interest on member deposits, which there was an improvement on the member deposits generally, and also on fixed deposits, the figure still remains same. To see this, there's an additional complementary notes to the financial statements on page 28. So whatever you see as the notes 2A, 2B is in relation to what is in comparison on page 28. So the society also realizes income, other operating income from...
In the booklet is page 60.
Oh, sorry, page 60. I'm looking at page 60. So the society also realizes other operating income from their normal business operation, where commission from FOSA, form fees, statement charges, entrance fees, a bit of rental income from the society plaza, and also sundry income and income from the assets that were disposed during the financial year. So in order to realize this revenue, the society also incurred some expenditure during the financial year. And key to note is the governance expenses, admin expenses, marketing, impairment, depreciation, and personnel expenses. Governance generally relate to the board of management. This expenditure that was incurred by the management. Admin expenditure generally for the daily operation of the society and normal business operation of the society. We have marketing expenditure for just to get the products known to the the individual members, and also, how do we put it? Selling out the society to the members out there. So we also had impairment, depreciation, and personnel expenses, which were incurred by the society. And general concern is whether these expenditure items were within the budget line for the financial year 2023, and I can stand before you to confirm that all this expenditure was incurred was within the budgeted financial, was within what was budgeted in the financial year 2023. So we have a surplus before tax of 11 million and 178,767 in comparison to what was there previously, 8 million. So this is surplus before income tax expense. The charge was done dependent on how the society performed during the financial year. So we had a tax charge of 200,000. You can see it was less. The bracket means it was less from the total surplus. And also we have to transfer a 20% to our statutory reserves, then apportion it in dividends and also honoraria and other ex gratia, leaving us with a retained surplus for the financial year of 3,964,936 in comparison to what was there previously, an amount of 2,947,651. Generally, looking at the P&L, this was a slight improvement from what we had during the past financial year of 2022. We move on to the statement of financial position, page 42. So generally here we look at what assets were, liabilities, and equity items. So we had cash and bank balances for the financial year 2023 at 9,285,230 in comparison to what was there previously, an amount of 6,077,954. So generally, if you move to page, let me get it right this time. Page 62. So you'll note that we've given a disclosure for the purposes of the statement of cash flows. The cash equivalents comprise of cash in hand, deposits held at call with banks, and investment with the money market instruments that are readily converted to known amount of cash and are subject to an insignificant risk of changes in value. So you see, for cash and cash equivalents, we have cash in hand in treasury, the core PSS account, the investments in Cusco, CFP, instant premium account, Junguku, Vijana deposits. And then we have an ATM settlement account in Coop Bank, KCB current account, and also another Coop Bank current account, which gives us the cumulative amount on page 42 of 9,285,230. We also have some receivables and prepayments. Same page, if you go to page 62, there's a breakdown of the same amounts there. So here you see we did some prepayments on the insurance premium. There's this title deeds processment on Lurambi. Also, there's the prepaid income tax, which is there of 2,061,418. Then also we passed some employer remittances for Kakamega Water, Kibabi, and Kakamega County. An interest receivable was realized also, and prepaid solar backups. So generally, the issue of a member raised the issue of power outages in the society. You can see the society is putting in place measures by preparing for this solar and other backups. So the loans and advances on members, page 42, is at 360,662,863. In comparison to what was there previously, the amount of 332,112,600. So this generally illustrates an increase in uptake on the loans from members, which is commendable from you guys, pushing it to up to 360 million in comparison, almost an increase of more than 28 million from the previous financial year. We also have some financial assets, intangible assets, property, plant, and equipment, and the tax recoverable amount of 1,046,471. So this property, plant, and equipment value is the net book value drawn down after charges made on depreciation, also on the intangible asset perspective here. So to get this, you go to note. If you go to page 65, there's a detailed breakdown on the property, plant, and equipment, showing you, pardon? Okay, the property, plant, and equipment is on page 65. And on page 64, you'll have your intangible assets and financial assets. The breakdown in Cusco shares, CIC shares, intangible assets. There we have categorized the additions during the year, amortization charge, and a total net book value for the financial year 2023 and a comparison of 2022. The society also incurred some liabilities. So here we have trade and other payables, interest payables to members, and member deposits and borrowings. So you realize that the payables for the financial year 2023 went down. You can find them on page 66. The trade payables and accruals. So in our opinion, in the opinion of the directors, the carrying amounts of trade and other payables approximate to the fair value. The average credit period of purchases for suppliers is 30 days, no interest is charged on trade payables, and the carrying amounts of the society, trade and other payables are denominated in Kenya shillings. So the total liabilities stood at 353 and 94,166 in comparison to 346, 411, 185 the previous financial year. We move on to equity. So here we have share capital, plaza shares, and reserves. And key to note, if you go to page 43, just the next page after page 42, there's a detailed breakdown on the movement of these equity items on the statement of changes in equity. So here you see we have a profit for the year, the transfer for profit, issue on share capital, the dividends to be paid, a proposed honoraria, and a proposed bonus, and a proposed dividends for the financial year 2023. So the total liabilities and equity stood at 457,680, growth from the previous 442,732,667 for the financial year ended 2022. So I'll take you direct to our opinion. The opinion is provided on page 37, 38, 39, and 40. I'll go ahead and read it. So we have audited the accompanying financial statement of Wevarsity Sacco, set out on pages 9 to 44, which comprise the statements of financial position as at 31st December 2023 and the statement of comprehensive income, changes in equity, and cash flows for the period ended 31st December 2023, and a summary of significant accounting policies accompanied with explanatory notes for the same. In our opinion, the financial statements give a true and fair view of the state of the society financial affairs as at 31st December 2023, the results of its operations and cash flows from the period then ended in accordance with the International Financial Reporting Standards and the requirements of the Kenya Sacco Societies Act. Our basis of opinion is that we conducted our audit in accordance with the International Standards of Auditing, ISAS. Our responsibilities under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial year of the financial statements section of our report. We are independent of the society in accordance with the International Ethics Standards Board for Accountants Code of Ethics for Professional Accountant. We have fulfilled our ethical responsibilities in accordance to the same code and in accordance with ethical requirements applicable to performing the audit of financial statements in Kenya. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide our basis of opinion. So key audit matters, these are matters that arose during the financial year. So we have the key audit matter appropriate to provide a basis of our opinion. So I can confirm that we have provided a clean opinion on this financial statement. They are free from any error, fraud, or any design of misstatement. We also obtain and understand an understanding of internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedures that are appropriate in the circumstance, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the society's internal controls. We also evaluate the appropriateness of accounting policies used and the reasonableness of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by the Board of Directors. We also conclude on the appropriateness of the Board of Directors' use of the going concern basis of the accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether material uncertainty exists related to events or conditions that may cast significant doubt on the SACCO's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw attention in our audit report to the related disclosures in the financial statement, or if such disclosures are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to the date of our auditor's report. However, future events or conditions may cause the society to cease to continue as a going concern. At the moment, we cannot say that the society will cease to continue as a going concern. We also evaluate the overall presentation structure and content of the financial statements, including the disclosures and whether the financial statements represent the underlying transactions and events in the manner that achieves fair representation. We believe that the audit evidence we obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis of this opinion that I'm reading right now. So we also have to report on other legal requirements as required by the Cooperative Society Acts. We report to you that the financial statements are in agreement with the books of account kept by the society, and that based on our audit, nothing has come to our attention that causes us to believe that the society's business has not been conducted for the financial year ended 31st December 2023. We do this in accordance with the provisions of the Kenya Cooperative Societies Act and in accordance with the Cooperative Societies objectives, bylaws, and other resolutions made by the society at a general meeting. I will confirm to you that the financials were clearly registered and approved by the Registrar of Societies. You can go to page 42. The statement of financial position, you can see the approval was done on 8th of March 2024. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can allow the treasurer to finish, then we will react to all of them. We can clap for our auditor.
Thank you very much, members. Today I'm very happy about the attendance of the meeting. Allow me to read the Treasurer's report and also the budget for the year 2025. The chief guest, invited guests, Board of Directors, Wevarsity Sacco staff, fellow cooperators. It is my pleasure to present to you the Treasurer's report for Wevarsity Sacco Society Limited for the year ended 31st December 2023 in this 20th AGM. I most sincerely thank all members of Wevarsity, staff and board for creating a calm and enabling environment for Sacco to thrive. I also thank you for providing sustainable financial support during the year 2023. Allow me to highlight the following. Key performance indicators and financial position. Apart from the SASRA performance metrics, we have established performance indicators for various sections to continuously evaluate our performance with a view to improve in every aspect of our operations. Allow me to highlight the following. Liquidity ratio. SASRA recommended minimum holding of liquid assets is 15%. As at 31st December 2023, our position was 2.7%. This is way below SASRA recommended minimum, and the board has taken intervention measures to address the dismal performance. Among the measures to improve our liquidity are Akiba savings, 52-week challenge, 3 years plowback of dividends and interest on deposits, aggressive marketing and recruitment, exploring alternative sources of funds, recovery department within the SACCO, reduction on expenses, etc. Wevarsity has generally complied with most of the SASRA key performance indicators. As indicated, this paints a good picture for the SACCO looking forward to grow. capital adequacy ratios, we have the core capital to total assets at 19.6%. The statutory requirement is 10%. Core capital to total deposits, we are at 29.22%. Institutional capital to total assets, we are at 13.89%. Net loans to total assets, the required, regulatory required is between 70 to 80. We are at 78.8%. Savings to total assets, we are at 68.3%. Members, you can also be able to compare with the previous year, 2022 and 2021. In other performance criteria, our total assets currently stand at 457 million compared to 2021 of 442 million. The share capital, we are at 28,802,000. Interest income, it's at 79.2 million. Member deposits, members, you can also see we have only moved from 304 million in 2022 to 312 million in 2023. Loans and advances, members, you can also notice the growth in that one. 332 million in 2022 compared to 360.6 million in 2023. So the net surplus in 2023, 10.96 million. Members, it is also worth to note, number 4, transfer to statutory reserves. A transfer of 2.1 million to reserves in 2023 compared to 1.6 in the year 2022. Retained surplus of 3.9 million in the year 2023 compared to 2.9 in the year 2022. That represents a 34.5% increase in retention. The graph on page 80 just shows our performance in terms of the dividends and the interest on deposits. I therefore humbly make the following declarations. Dividend declaration and payments. The Board of Directors recommends payment for the first and final dividend of 9.5% compared to 2022, which was 8.5%, on weighted share capital and Plaza shares. They also recommend 8.2% compared to 8.0% in 2022 on weighted member deposits. Payment to be initiated immediately upon approval. This translates to a total payout of 28.2 million, funds which the Sacco has saved from various sources. Members, also allow me to take you through the borrowing powers. On page 81, so that I just conclude everything. The Board of Directors recommends increase of borrowing powers from 70 million that was approved in the 15th AGM to Kenya shillings 100 million to facilitate access to affordable credit if needed. Members, maybe just to highlight on this, we have made proposals to various lenders, including Agricultural Finance Corporation, and they could give us credit at the lowest interest. Currently, the banks are very expensive and is not an option that we are considering. But AFC could give us a loan at a cost of less than 10%. And one of the SACCOs which has been identified for financial support is Wevarsity Sacco. And I'm sure it is not going to take long before we get this funding from AFC. So we are appealing for, if we get such an opportunity, we maximize on the amount that can be given to us. We are currently, we have borrowed very little, and we are not considering to go to banks unless it is just of last resort. But AFC can give us money at the lowest interest of less than 10%. So kindly, on the borrowing powers, the board is appealing for an approval of Kenya shillings 100 million. Members, allow me also to take you through the income and expenditure budget for the year 2025 for your consideration and approval. That is on page 82. So we have the account name and also the audited account for the audited value for 2022, 2023, and the proposed budget for the year 2025. That is the column I'll be focusing. It is on the far right. We are projecting an interest on a salary advance of 4.5 million in the year 2025. Interest on projected interest on FOSA loan of 400,000. FOSA plus of 5 million. Instant plus 18 million. These are projected incomes for the year 2025, members. Interest on instant loan, that is 50 million. Interest on deposit boosting, 550,000. Interest on dividends advance of 1.2 million. Interest on normal loan, 6.8 million. Interest on school fees loan of 300,000. Interest on emergency, 500,000. Instant loan, that is a BOSA, 45,000. Passage and baggage, 50,000. Piki 1.5 million. Development loan, 8.2 million. Interest on college fees, 1.25 million. Maliza mradi, 18 million. Mega loan, we are projecting an income of 12.6 million in the year 2025. On asset financing, 300,000. Normal plus 3.7 million. Interest on loans disbursed, 8.5 million. Loan offsetting, 350,000. Interest on deposits withdrawal at 60,000. So our projected interest income is 92,375,000 in the year 2025. We have the fees and commissions. These are also incomes from other sources other than interest income. Commission on salary transfer, 1.25. Over the counter, cash withdrawal commission, 1.6. Form fee, 330. Commission on closure of accounts, 10,000. Entrance fee, 110. Statement fee, 55,000. Commission on share transfer, 5,500. SMS alert commission, 330,000. Dividends from Cusco, 5,500. Commission on check clearance, 22,000. Noting fee, that's for bounced checks, 5,500. Commission on dormant account activation, 5,500. Pesa Pepe. PIN reset charge, 3,300. Withdrawal commission of Pesa Pepe, 1.25. Members, Pesa Pepe is our M-banking facility, and the income from the withdrawal commission is at we are projecting 1.25 million in the year 2025. Pesa Pepe management charge, 22,000. Commission on check writing, 145,000. Investment income, Cusco and CIC, 30,000. Rental income, 220,000. Commission on agency banking, we currently have an agency, cooperative agency. We are projecting an income of 55,000. Printing fee, 24,000. Commission on M-Pesa, 55,000. Sundry income, 1,100. So the total other incomes projected in the year 2025 is 5.5 million. And the total income, the gross income for the year projected for the year 2025 is 97.9 million. In expenses, members, interest on deposits. Members, this is what we pay as dividends. Sometimes there's a confusion between the dividends and shares. So interest expense, this 30 million, it will be the part of the dividends for the year 2025. Interest on overdraft, 1.5. Bank charges, 250,000. Interest on COP bank loan, 1.96 million. Interest on KCB loan. The members, these are just projected expenditure in case we have a COP bank loan. KCB loan at 2.12. Interest on term deposits. The term deposits are Christmas, 52-week challenge, education package. We are projecting to pay interest of 1.5 million. Interest on COP bank working capital loan 3 at 1.92 million. Bank charges, that is a cooperative bank, at 160,000. Pesa Pepe settlement charge. Centrino is our vendor for the Vanguard software, which is our MIS, Management Information System software. Pesa Pepe settlement is 65,000. So the total expenses will come to 40,375,000. We also have that's the total interest expenses. Personnel expenses, staff salaries, 6.9 million. Staff reimbursement at 800,000. Staff housing allowance at 2.99 million. NSSF employer contribution at 365,000. Staff education and training at 1.1 million. Staff medical cover, 1.8 million. Provident fund, 1.3 million. Staff acting allowance at 150,000. Special duty at 50,000. Casual labor, 50,000. Responsibility allowance, 360,000. Commuter allowance at 1.1 million. Car allowance at 170,000. Leave allowance, 50,000. Housing levy, that is the employer part, 210,000. Cash handling allowance, 90,000. Cash handling allowance for petty cashier, 50,000. NITA staff contribution at 10,000. Staff group cover at 100,000. Staff travel and subsistence, 600,000. Staff recruitment, 150,000. Staff exit package at 100,000. The total expenses on personnel, we are projecting for the year 2025 at 18.49 million. Governance expenses, the committee sitting allowance, 950,000. Committee education, 2 million. Education to members at 800,000. Committee travel and subsistence, 2.4 million. AGM and SGM expenses at 1.6 million. Election at 250,000. Committee life cover. So generally the committee is relating to the board. The life cover is, we are budgeting for 200,000. Operating and other administrative expenses, hire of halls at 130, general traveling and subsistence at 300, fuel, oil, water and electricity, we are projecting at 200,000. We could also save on these members because now the Sacco is running entirely on solar. Postage and telephone at 760,000. Printing and stationery at 350. Office expenses at 270. Audit at 450. Audit fees That is audit and supervision at 450, audit fees at 350, consultancy at 300, periodicals and newspapers 50,000, repair and maintenance 500,000, security at 1.1 million, IPPD charges at 30,000, legal fees at 1 million, KRA additional assessment at 1 million, amortization and depreciation at 1.1 million, publicity and advertising at 500,000, subscription, that is the Vanguard software at 1.25 million, license and levies, that is the license to SASRA and the county government. We are projecting an expenditure of 800,000. Income tax at 500,000. Loan guard members, we are projecting at 400,000. Loan guard is the insurance which we insure the loans. You pay sinking fund and the BBF. So the 400 is just to cater for the deficit in case it is there. But if we have enough money in sinking fund and BBF, then this will remain for the Sacco. Insurance at 300,000, this is general insurance. Cleaning services at 900,000. Cash handling allowance at 140,000. CSR 250. Loss on disposal of assets, no budget for that one. So the total operating and other administrative expenses at 12.9 million. Publicity, public relations and marketing, we have public relations and marketing at 1 million. Ushirika at 300,000. Entertainment at 100,000. So the total public relations and marketing will come to 1.4 million. Financial expenses, loans write-off. This is the annual write-off, members 3.5 million. Provision for loan loss at 500,000. The total financial expenses coming to 4 million. So the total expenses, members will projected that in the year 2025 is at 85.5 million. We are projecting a surplus of 12.5 million. The appropriation to be transferred to statement of change of equity, balance brought forward, the current year surplus at 12.5 million, adjustment statutory at 2.5 million, proposed dividends, that is for the year 2025, 2.5 million, proposed honoraria at 700,000, then staff bonus at 600,000. Retained earnings, we are projecting to 30.8 million. So there are notes on the 2025 budget. If there is an item which is not clear, members, you can always refer to the itemized and notes on the subsequent pages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. I think now we can propose and second all of them together for discussion. Who can propose? Proposer? Our sugar levels are really going down. Proposer?
Agnes Amugamwa, PF 232.
Seconder?
Abdul Mosi, 960 PF.
Okay, so the first guided, let us propose all the reports differently so that it's not argued this one we did not propose. So the first one is Treasurer's report, supervisory, proposer and seconder.
PF 150, Mercy from Kaimosi. I propose.
Thank you. Seconder. Audit report.
My name is Abdul Nabiswa, PF number 304.
Thank you. Audit report, proposer and seconder.
Edna Sabiri, PF 1339.
Seconder.
I second. Andrew Gitau, PF 279.
Thank you very much. So we move to supervisory report. If there's anything that was to be raised, we'll only give 2 people. We'll give him and him. Their hands are up. Their hands are up. I used the number I saw.
Good afternoon, members. My name's Airo Humphrey, member number 823. I have a concern on supervisory report on 3.9, Wevarsity Plaza Shop. The supervisory committee has told us the rent arrears were cleared by December, and the agreements are in place and signed. So I just want the committee to clarify if the the rent was cleared. Was it an income or a liability? Because when you come to 3.13, Sacco income and liquidity, there is no place they have mentioned in their report that we got some rental income under the mentioned sources of income of the Sacco.
Thank you. We can give him the mic.
Thank you very much. My name is Zaki Wasike, PF 1249. My question is that as I request the members, one, we are not going to adopt the supervisory and auditing report in total. Reason, these reports, they are marked with the lies. 2, they are very much contradicting. Young man who has just been who is dealing with the auditing, I have not seen anywhere you have mentioned of the loss of 5.8 M, which is meant for tax and is critical. So I'm requesting the members that hii mambo ya supervisory and auditing in future, msichukue watu wenye wamefanya CRE or who never even got a mark in mathematics. You are creating problems to the Sacco. Tunataka mtu mwenye anauliza, Rema hapa 20 pop is not there. But it is not, yani kama ulikwenda kunywa tu soda, we are not going to allow that. So we want in this report, we are not going to adopt it until the mother is cleared about the 5.8 as the Dr. Omalwa said and my learned friend Caleb and Alan. It's not clear. Then the last, about the training of 800,000 treasurer. I don't know, is it allocation or that money has already been used up? Thank you.
Which report are you referring to in the second question?
Yeah, I'm on treasurer now.
We are still on
I'm asking
supervisory.
Mr. Nandasaba, and then he mentioned about 8,000 on training. I don't know, I don't know if it is, that money is already been used or allocation.
Member, allow us to be systematic. We are still on supervisory. I'll pick another set of 2. Then I think if there's none, okay. I have only seen one hand now. I think that's the final hand on supervisory.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is on the supervisory report on page 28. I just wanted some clarification from the chairperson, the supervisory, about the personnel expenses. There is an indication there on top that the personnel expense increased from 15,431,172 by December 2023 from 13,665,775 as from December 2022. When you do some simple mathematics, is an increment of 1.7 million within a year, and you have specifically said this is an increase was due to staff annual salary increment. We want you to clarify on that. Then on 3.8, the power backup and CCTV, you've just plainly said that we note that the board of directors and management worked on the power outage and installed the solar effectively. I don't know whether there was any financial increment. As a supervisory report, you've not brought it out. So can you also comment on that? Thank you.
My brother, you never raised your hand. Let me give you the last one. Another one has again raised another hand. Okay, let's give him, and actually, let's allow him to be the final.
Okay, thank you. I'm Andrew Gitao, PF number 279. I'm concerned on training and education. There is a facilitator who has been brought on board by the board known as ACOSCA. I don't know whether the supervisory is aware that ACOSCA is facilitating, I think, on full board. It is facilitating on transport and on training. And yet, the Sacco is also facilitating on transport. It was for my idea that the supervisory could have captured these on general comments and advised the board that if the source for a facilitator who is facilitating on transport, the same should not be repeated now by the Sacco just by the fact that the training money is there and budgeted. It should, if they get a facilitator who is facilitating for transport, wacha yeye atulipe transport, pesa yetu to save, iendelee kukuza Sacco yetu. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The final one. Then I'll allow the CEO and the chairman to respond on the issues raised.
Through the chair, mine is not to ask a question on supervisory report. I'd like to say this. Supervisory report is mainly for the board of management consumption. It is not subjected to be interrogated by the members of Wevarsity Sacco. That is my understanding. That is a mistake you are doing, because it is for the board of management to make some corrections and where they can improve. Thank you.
Thank you for the guidance. I had actually thought of the option you are saying, but I'll be roasted that we never discussed that. So let me allow the chair to respond to some of those issues raised.
Okay. Thank you, members. I will respond on the issue of members asked about the personal expenses. We go to page 62. Are you there? On page 62, where the members raised about the 15 million and the 13 million, the difference. When we talk about that, we don't necessarily mean only Wevarsity Sacco staff salaries. There are salaries and wages, staff travel and subsistence, medical expenses, provident and without that, all those mentioned there. That one is what brings that. What brings up that difference? I think basically is everything that is mentioned under personnel expenses. On power backup, the member has requested to know, actually the power backup, the solar was, actually the cost was 1.4. 1.4. Facilitating transport on the ACOSCA training. This budget is for future. We have so many trainings and not only ACOSCA. ACOSCA indeed is really assisting us, but still we have also to put our house in order so that we can have members trained apart from ACOSCA sponsorship. Thank you. Maybe the CEO can add on something.
Just again on the members' concerns on the supervisory committee report. I'll start from where the chairman have left, that is ACOSCA training. I hope you'll see some figures on the training. The members who have attended our training, especially the ones in Diamond Rock, I know you'll testify that after the training, you always receive a message from the SACCO. Apart from whatever you get cash from ACOSCA, you have another one from the SACCO, right? You dedicate your 3 days for this training, ACOSCA gives you 1,000. Wevarsity Sacco gives you 1,000 as transport reimbursement. This is also same to staff and the board of directors who attend this training. Again, we must have at least a figure. We can't save everything to the expense that our members are now suffering because ACOSCA is training us. We have voted for this training, and we always ensure our members, you also must be comfortable. Imagine 3 days in a training and you're only given 1,000. So we always add on that, and that's why the figures are there in the members' education. We have rental income. Someone has asked about it. Sorry, the rent arrears that were paid by December 2023. I'll not talk on behalf of the supervisory, but this is a figure that was recognized in our books as rental income for the year 2023. Lastly, about 5.8 million, not in the supervisory's report. I remember in the last supervisory's report, it was there because this was an issue of the year 2022, not 2023. And I know we've discussed it here. It's not a matter that we've concluded. We are starting to do more inquiries about the same. We have agreed we do a forensic audit. I know once we start doing the same, our supervisory committee team will be interested, and they must have a report for you guys in the next AGM. Thank you.
Thank you for those responses. Huko tumetoka bwana. A reaction. We are still on supervisory. I thought we had finished.
Members, I think training yenye tumekuwa chusi ya ACOSCA hii, tulikuwa tuna sign form mbili 500 but unapewa 500 peke yake. Hatujui ile pesa yenye SACCO inapeana, hatujui ya ACOSCA, lakini sisi tulireceive 500 shillings only. Please.
Kindly members, we have ACOSCA training members in 2 different categories. We have our members who attended training in MCU. All the members who attended that training were paid 500 shillings by ACOSCA. And then now we have members dedicating their 3 days to be trained in their Monrock. They're trained on a business game, they're trained on a savings game, and a farming game. So on the 3 days, ACOSCA pays you 1,000, the Sacco pays you 1,000. That is the one I've talked about. And remember I said, we have a schedule for the training, and by end of the year, all of us will have been trained. So we must have a budget for the same.
Thank you. We move to auditor's report. I'll take the first three. Kindly, if you have an issue, just raise up your hand so that I pick the questions for once and for all. Yeah, I've already seen two. Okay, I have the two. You will give him the...
Page 84. There is something I may wish our...
Just a moment. Page 84. Which one?
Member number 58. I was trying to interact with this auditor's report, page 9, page 41 and 42. 24 million. Then we have reserves, that is note 15, is 15 is, that is page 68. Page 68 is telling us about reserves. At the start of the year, there is a confusion. We don't know whether it is 8.4 or 12.7. And then the year from the appropriation reserve.
It's an opinion. The way I've been doing it in the past may have been a wrong way. So kindly, let's accept to unlearn what we had learned before. Otherwise, if we take a tough stance that this is the way we do, we will never change the Sacco. We believe this is the time for change. These accounts have been prepared by the management. Let her explain what the member has raised.
So members, on page 28, we have our revenue collected from long-term loans and short-term loan, which is giving us a total of 75,107,579. So I'm just responding to his question. That was Andrew Shitanda, if I'm not wrong. So he's asking, where are we getting money to pay the 24 million on interest on deposits, right? So as the Sacco, maybe I just want you to understand the operations of the Sacco, where we get money, how we expense till we have our surplus, or then we do the retained earnings. So number one, we get revenue from all operations, either short-term loans, long-term loans, fees and commissions from our FOSA activities, which we have lighted, and we are getting here a total of 79 million. That is 75 plus the 4 million on commissions, on fees and commissions. Number two, we have expenses, which is interest expense. Interest expense is expense on external borrowings. Thank you. First, I had referred you to page 60, 24,475,158,000. This is the interest on deposits, what we are paying today as interest on deposits. These amounts, we've received income of 75 million from our loans, both short-term and long-term loans. And apart from this, we have personnel expense, the expenses relating to staff welfare, either in terms of salary, training, reimbursements, and medical covers, and so forth. That is in page... sorry. Maybe as I look for that, in short, I'm just trying to say, after we've received our total income, we have personnel expense, we have governance expense. Governance expense relates to board welfare and relates to activities like AGM and SGM. We also have administrative expenses. So after all this, I take you back again to page 41, where after we've received the 75 million plus the 4 million, and now you deduct all the operating expenses, governance, administrative, marketing, depreciation, and personnel expense, we are having here surplus after tax of 10.9 million. In this surplus after tax of 10.9 million, it's a requirement by the law that 20% be transferred to our statutory reserves. And that is exactly what we have done. 20% transferred to statutory reserve of 2.193. Then our surplus that is available for distribution is now 8,775,514. So on this surplus, we now have to make a decision on how much are we paying as dividends to the members. So like on this case, 2023, we are paying 3,760,578 on dividends. And then again, we have honoraria and staff ex gratia that we are paying 1,050,000. Therefore, after all the revenue and all the expenses, we are having a retained surplus of 3.96936. Andrew Shitanda, you are asking about the movement. That was page 68. About the statutory reserves at start of the year, transfer and so forth. So we have retained, remember every year, once you transfer to retained earnings, you're adding to what you had last year. So we had statutory reserves at 12.760. We are now adding 2.193, making it now 14.9. So next year now, we will have a starting figure of 14 million. Then now we add to what we'll have in the year 2024. So that's normally what we do. It is the balance brought forward for the last year. You add what you are transferring for this year. Same to retained earnings. We had a starting balance of 8.4, as you can see, because we've also provided, by the way, the 2022 figures. You can see this is just a direct brought forward from 2022 to 2023. Then now you add figures as per the audited accounts. So we have 8.4. Profit for the year, I've explained the 10.969 is our surplus for the year after tax. And it is in our report in page 41. I hope you've seen it. So that is what we brought here. And then now we less the payouts in terms of dividends. And then we have statutory reserves. Balance at the end of the year is 13,426,541. I hope that explains where we get money to pay interest on deposits. Obvious, it's from our revenue that is collected by end of the year.
Thank you for those clarifications. We move to Treasurer's report. I'll pick. Raise up your hand if you have any issue on the Treasurer's report. I think yours you'll be number 1, then number 2, Mwalimu wangu number 3, then Alan number 4. That's the first round of questions. Sorry, I didn't see your hand.
MC, thank you very much. Oh.
They are giving you a mic, just hold on.
I'm saying on the financial position, the reserves total is 65 million. And that is page 42. And the appropriation, surplus from appropriation is 3.9. It is not 2.1. That is when you check page 41, retained surplus for the year is 3.9. That is surplus from appropriation. It is not, 2.1 is statutory, and reserves, when we go back to page 68, reserves is 65 million. So page 68, when we check page 68, I want to know what are we adding to make 65 million. If we take retained earnings, that is 13 million, general reserve, 24 million, revaluation reserve, 8 million. Are those figures that are making 65 million?
As the CEO quickly adds up the figures, we can pick the questions for the treasurer. She'll respond at the end of it.
Thank you, MC. First of all, I may wish, from in the way I've been observing things here, this is our Sacco. It has helped us in various ways. We need to build it. But my humble advice to the board of members is, kindly, when you come, anytime we have an AGM, I will request you kindly to avoid tension. We are helping you to build Sacco. You're also helping us to build Sacco. The personnel from the county are also helping us to build the Sacco. Kindly humble yourself, listen to the ideas of the members. They're helping you to build the Sacco. You avoid to create tension. Let me now come to my point. On page 62, I may wish, for the sake of members, I may seek some clarification.
Page?
There is page 62.
You have gone back to 62. It was 80-something.
I still have another one on that page.
Okay.
So on page 62, members, there is you'll find from up 23 administrative expensive, you'll find legal fees. Unless my eyes are cheating me, but I stand to be corrected. Legal fees, and the year has not been indicated. They are only indicated 2022. You find 27,000. Then you find a figure which is 2.2, 2,218,991. I may wish to know, as a layman, from 27,000 to 2.2 million. Then that's my first concern. We are building Sacco. We are not fighting anybody. We want this Sacco to grow so that we benefit. My second point is on page 85. This one is a report that was read by our treasurer, who is a very good friend of mine. I may also wish to be told, and for the benefit of other members, there is something, personnel expense, staff salaries, and staff housing allowance. What does it mean? Thank you.
Thank you. We can give the other member. They'll all come to respond at once. What's the other member? Oh.
I have two questions. On page 82, serial number 6, interest received, deposit boosting. I don't know whether you earn or you are paying off. Are you paying the deposit or you are earning as a Sacco? And then on page 85, I don't know whether my friend has indicated, you serial number 55, not number 55, staff traveling reimbursement. Compare with note number 73, the next page, staff travel and subsistence, where you have 600,000 and the earlier one was 800. Isn't it the same item? staff traveling reimbursement, and staff traveling in subsistence. You have 600 and you have 800.
Thank you, sir. Mwalimu.
Oh, thank you for the Treasurer's report. I'm Dr. Samuel Maragia, member number 6. On borrowing powers, the board has asked us to plow back. And now the same board is asking us to approve an increase in borrowing powers. I am not understanding why, because we expect now that we reduce external borrowing. Therefore, the borrowing powers have to be reduced, not to be increased. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. We had another question. Okay.
A member, I had 2, but my fellow colleague has raised some. I'll now refer you. I was supposed to ask about the legal fee. Thank you, my brother raised the same issue. The previous year, we spent 27,000 on legal fee. But this year, the 2023, it has shot to 2-point-something billion. And we have not been told what this legal fee is for. Does the Sacco have some cases in court? And we have not even seen these cases or reported in the chairman's report, or supervisory's report, or the treasurer's report. We are just being told legal fee. Legal fee for what? Let me go to page 98. Item number J and item number M about the cleaning services. I've seen the treasurer has budgeted for 900,000 for cleaning services. To me, that's a very huge figure. 900,000 per year. And we have, before we moved from the most premises to our new premise, we had cleaners. Are you telling us those cleaners were sacked? So they were still earning that, the cleaners are still there. Then why are you also budgeting for services for cleaning? And even so, you are supposed to add some people to assist. 900,000. How many were added? What is the area of cleaning? So to me, that figure is too huge. I appeal to the membership. We either suspend or we do with the amendment with the cleaning services, because we had cleaners before we moved to the new office. So these cleaners are just supposed to proceed with their own work. And as far as I'm concerned, the Sacco has never advertised for cleaning services for people to bid. Why are they budgeting for 900,000? The Sacco abide to the procurement laws, public procurement laws. We haven't seen anywhere where we have advertised for cleaning services so that members or the public can bid for. Why are we budgeting? Is it not a syndicate for stealing? Let's go for the security services also. We have put there 1-point-something million. Before also we left, we had a security officer, isn't it? Was he not earning? Then why are you also budgeting for the security services? You see, The management has said they want us to give them some more money so that you can get loans. They also must reduce the expenses so that we get that money in terms of loans. Even if we say we are giving them 50% and the expenses are going up, you have already seen the honoraria. If you go to the auditor's report, the honoraria. Surplus for dividends for members, it is 3-point-something million. Honoraria for staff, and I don't know what, 1 point. So between members and the staff, who are getting high? How many staff are eating 1 million? Members who are eating 3 million. It is in this budget, it is in these books. Have you not seen it? So let us reduce the expenses. As much as we want, we are not, you see, there are some things that are being done by the Sacco. Wacha nirudi kwa Kiswahili ndio watu wanipate mzuri. Watu wanasema hawaelewi. Tunataka Sacco iendelee. It is true. Tunataka tukue na pesa, lakini inafaa pia hao wapunguze matumizi ya pesa. Tukue na matumizi kidogo, pia hata tukiwaongezea tunajua kuna kitu itakuja baadaye. Nilikuwa naambia watu wengine hapa baada ya nini tulitoka nje kidogo. Wewe uko na shamba. Shamba yako unapanda ni 1 eka. Na huu unavuna tu gorogoro 10. Hata uweke mbolea ni gorogoro 10. Ukose kuweka mbolea ni gorogoro 10. Alafu mtu akwambie we want you to increase ndio upate next year 20 gorogorosi. Unajua wewe umeweka hata kila kitu haitoangi, ni hiyo tu 10 gorogorosi. Will you continue plowing back in that land? Sako tukikuja kwa dividends percentage ni 82. Ukikuja wapi inacheza tu 9 hapo tu. Tumeshawahi kulako more than hata 10%. That's why members are not willing to plow back, because they have other areas where they can plow back and get more. Let them convince us that if we plow, we will get. But the history is telling us not to. Anyway, I will take much time. Respond to my question.
Thank you. I think the chair and the treasurer can respond some of the issues raised. Let's respond.
Members, thank you for your concerns over a number of items. One is cleaning services. Currently, there is a company offering cleaning services, and they are not only offering cleaning services. They come with their detergents, they equip the cleaners, and they manage the cleaners. And we advertised for cleaning services. People applied because, you know, we cannot advertise here. But if you are interested, when we advertise maybe in the Wevarsity website or we put on the Wevarsity notice board, you are free to apply. You have gone to the Sacco and you have seen them. There is no way utaona kama tunakula kwa cleaning services. They are earning about 60-something thousand per month. There are several cleaners, I think there are 3 or so, and we are not the ones managing them. We only pay the company, and the company manages the cleaners. When we were at the School of Nursing, you can compare the size of the place. This one here, we have the various offices, and also they do cleaning on the outside, and they do a bit of maintaining the flower beds. So quite a number of activities. Security also, we were getting security from the university. Currently, we cannot now expect the university to come and offer security services. We have security, 2 guards at night and 1 guard during the day, and an alarm backup. Because you see, we are dealing with money. If you lose, if you are not serious, you are putting yourself at risk. We also have services for cash in transit, which are also, which we have also contracted the security services, because we cannot offer those services ourselves. To ensure that we are safe, we have also the CCTV and a number of other ways of ensuring that we have good custody of your cash. We advertise for security services, and people apply. Whoever has security services and they qualify, of course, we also have a criteria to make sure that it is a credible firm. You have also raised on external borrowing, member raised on external borrowing. The plowback is going to be, over the whole year, is 14 million. 14 million, sincerely, will not be sufficient for us to avoid any borrowing. So we are only prospecting, and especially from the Agricultural Finance Corporation, which will be supporting the farmers, that in case they're giving credit at an affordable rate of 10% and below, then we consider getting more funds from AFC. Because currently the banks are at 20-something%. And SASRA recommends that if we borrow a loan at 20%, we can only lend you at 2 points above what we are getting the money. So 14 million will not be enough for the whole year. Honoraria. Members, the board members are not paid salary. And if you have ever been a board member, you know that board members don't receive any earnings. We only receive allowance, and the budget has notes on the allowance that is given to the chair. A board member earns around 3,500 if you are in one committee. If you're in two committees, that one goes to 7,000. That is for the whole month, and it is taxable. Plus one board meeting. Most of the board members are only in one committee and one board meeting. And this is not something that is secret. Just go to the notes on how we have budgeted for the board allowances. It is 2 meetings per month, one committee meeting and one board meeting. And when we declare the dividends, we also give the board some appreciation and staff. And the amount budgeted there is for the whole board of directors and the supervisory committee and the staff, and is also taxable. So you can estimate how much maybe the board member will be receiving in terms of honoraria for having offered his services for the whole year. Yes, we are offering services to the Sacco. You know, yes? You don't want us to get sitting allowance. I think the last one is on staff traveling reimbursement. Let me talk about, maybe finish, sorry, Chair. Let me finish about the, you had inquired about the legal fees. Wevarsity has, for the number of years ago, been entangled in a number of cases, which we have reduced. As at now, Wevarsity has only 2 legal causes. But the case involving Wevarsity and one former CEO has been in court for quite a long time. And the court in Kisumu, in the ruling, which is available, awarded Kiptanui 4 months of salary which we didn't pay when we terminated his services. The court also, in the same faith, awarded Kiptanui, we were slammed with the charges for Kiptanui's lawyer. That one coming to about 900 or so. We also have the Wevarsity lawyer. So this matter was concluded. And the cost went up because of the case involving Kiptanui and Wevarsity Sacco. Now, what we did when the court awarded Kiptanui about 900,000, Kiptanui also was owing Wevarsity Sacco. So we transferred funds from, we credited his Wevarsity Sacco account. And because the account was also in arrears, now ilijilipa. But he also still now rushed back to court. So there were back and forth, which increased the legal fees. But I'm sure going forward, we have reduced on the legal costs because this Kiptanui issue has been there for quite some time, but now it is rested. Thank you very much.
Oh, members, tafadhali, let's have direction. Let's have direction. We started well, and we must control this meeting. It is almost 3, and time is not on our side as we emerge as we're deliberating on issues. An issue of security and cleaning. These are essential services that each of us need, even at our own homes. If there was not a procedure followed, please kindly, hii ni kazi yangu ya board huko, kuja tuulizanie huko. And if we advertise, kindly apply. Simple. Because these are essential services and you also need your money to be protected. Yeah. So mambo ya legal cases, when I joined the Sacco, the cases were over 5. This time we are just 1 or 2. We are doing something, okay? Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think we move on. Appointment of external auditors. Treasurer, this is your part. Come and present the appointment of external auditor.
Continue.
What is the issue, Mwalimu? The CEO can respond to that quickly.
Let me respond to his questions. I still remember. Number 1, you asked about interest on deposit boosting. How is it an income? Yes, so we have members, maybe new members joining in, or old members who may want the Sacco to buy off their bank loans. For instance, you are having 2 million with KCB Bank, but currently your savings in terms of deposits is at 200,000. So 200,000 times 4, that is only 800,000. It means in terms of your deposits, if we are doing a multiplier of 4, then you don't qualify for a loan of 2 million. So most of the time, we advise members to boost their shares in cash or boost their shares using the deposit as a loan. So we call it a deposit boosting loan, where 100,000, we do it to a maximum of 100,000. 100,000 will be transferred to your deposits account, but an interest. Because we do it at an interest because of 2 reasons. Number 1, remember these 100,000 will earn you dividends, and yet it's a loan that you are taking from the Sacco. So to normalize the 2, because we'll give you dividends and interest on, we'll give you interest on deposits at the end of the year. We charge you a percentage on it because it's members' money we are using, but transferring to your account as deposits. So that interest is what we recognize as interest on deposits, which is forming part of our revenue. You also asked about staff travel reimbursement and staff travel subsistence, if there are 2 or 1 voted. There are 2, majorly on staff travel subsistence. This is what we pay staff when they go for training. We have staff education, but this is majorly what we pay as training fee. Then now we have staff travel reimbursement. The per diems we pay when staff attend training, whether in around or maybe Kisumu or Nairobi, wherever they go. And then we have staff traveling reimbursement. On the staff traveling reimbursement, we have various payments on the same, especially on staff that are working maybe on weekends, on Saturdays or on holidays, or overtime, which we normally try as much as possible to regulate. At times, we give you, if you worked on overtime, you may, the next day, you may opt to maybe just stay at home to recoup on the days. Or if I feel maybe the work is too much, you are reimbursed something for the same. Same time, we have the CEO always walking up and down, trying to get new businesses for the Sacco. Like we've just mentioned about FC. As I go to present about Wevarsity Sacco in Naivasha, I don't use my money from the pocket. The Sacco takes care of it. So that is the staff travel reimbursement. And it's reimbursed on the receipts. If I travel to Nairobi, I provide receipts of if it is Easy Coach, whatever means of transport I use, I take the receipts to the accounts department, and then I'm reimbursed. Thank you.
Thank you. Treasurer?
external auditor. Members, let me bring to your notice on page 100 or page 100, appointment of external auditor. It is our pleasure to present to you the following 3 proposed names of external auditors who have emerged the best from the evaluation process. All the 3 qualify to render audit services to Wevarsity Sacco Society Limited. However, because we should only have one at a time, it is the responsibility of the management, of the members in the AGM to pick the best firm. The table shows the ranking based on the quoted prices, inclusive of VAT. At number 1, you have Ronald's LLP. We have Mwangi and Kamwaria Associates, LLP. And we have Pumu Associates. So you can see also the ranking and the cost of the audit. So, Commissioner, maybe if you could guide so that we pick the auditor. Yes?
Alan, is it a very burning issue on auditors?
Members, we had a burning issue here where we are discussing about the plowing back. We were supposed to make a resolution, but we were guided by the chair. The chair told us we will do it when it comes to the treasurer's report.
Alan, we have not reached resolutions.
No,
I'm
but
the one in control. We've not reached resolutions.
it's
When we
okay.
reach there,
Yes,
you
that's
will.
what I'm saying. I'm asking for guidance. If we are now going ahead to do the approval of the internal auditor,
we will
do it, then we come back to the resolutions.
True.
It's okay.
Resolutions are there.
So we pick the auditor. Can we pick the one with the lowest audit fee? The Ronalds is the current auditor, and he has only audited for Wevarsity Sacco 1 year. Ronalds, yes, I think Ronalds LLP, and that one is rested. Thank you.
Then, thank you, Treasurer.
Allow me to thank you for the correction. Let me have one proposer and one seconder for the external auditor.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Chair, before we do that, that is not the right way of doing things. If that auditor is inside, he must move out.
He left. He's not inside. He left.
Number two, yes, because we cannot discuss somebody while he's inside. Number 2, we are not told the fees are inclusive or exclusive VAT. So that before we propose, we second, and do this.
Thank you for that. I think as you read the statements up there, it's based on quoted VAT inclusive. I think VAT is inclusive. It's inclusive. So we need a proposer and a seconder of the same. A question or a proposing or seconding? It's okay. It's okay. He will. We will need a proposer for this and a seconder. Let's have a proposer for the auditors.
I propose
PF?
Abdul Aziz.
PF? We are proposing the appointment of external auditor.
The current one.
Members, I'm not getting you.
Sini Ronald, mwenye amepresent hapa. Okay, mimi ningelipenda kusema hivi members. Wacha tusikue so mean in many things. And also time is not on our side. Let us also check on this. Kitu ya pili, huyu auditor ametupatia the financial statement. He has been assigned by the board and the executive kufanya kazi. Hiyo ripoti yenye alipeana ripoti kwa management. So ningelipenda tufanye hivi. Mimi kwangu I propose him.
Thank you. You give it to Mkanga. Mkanga sema kitu before Alan amalizie. Alan,
you know what we are dealing in is official. It's not social thing.
Yes.
So when you are saying I am proposing, say I am proposing so and so. You say sema tu I'm proposing because ukisema I'm proposing, you know you're proposing nothing.
Remember, you know we had agreed.
You and who?
The treasurer read out
3 names.
3 names, and
so
he asked about Roland's LLP.
What about the others? Why didn't he ask the others? So when you are standing to propose the way I'm standing, I may say, I propose Ronald LLP. That's very clear. So because there are 3 names, so I propose Ronald LLP.
Thank you.
Thank
you. I think we are done with that. Prof, very burning issue.
Yeah, I would like to make some observations. One is that there should be a criteria for the proposals. And I think your office did not give the criteria clearly, because there should be fee considerations. We should also have the performance considerations. Like last time, how did they serve you? And then you said they served how many years ago? You could have indicated which years they served us. So I think that criteria was not clearly spelled out.
Thank you, Prof.
And then number 2.
For a member who is an expert of finance, Mr. Stande, he raised some which was not exhaustively, up to now, it has not been exhaustively answered. That was a professional. Are you getting?
Sentiments are hard.
Did something that is good. Now we can give him another chance.
Thank you. Your sentiments
so let
are
us
hard.
get response, because we have already
Just
pumped some holes in his report. Then how raised by a professional has not been answered to.
Address the MC, Alan, please. I think in the board we have the one in charge of audit. He deals directly with the auditors. And
I just forgot to answer your question. Let me take you to page 68. So we have 2 pages here that I want us to. Page 68. And page 42. So on page 42, if you go to page 66, if you go to page 68, number 1, we have our statutory reserves at 452, revaluation reserve at 8.4. If you add the 4, 1, 2, 3, 41, add the retained surplus of 3.964934, that gives us 65 million. Thank you.
Do it in 1 minute, sir.
Okay, fine. Before I give the process that was used to source this, you remember last year, the auditor that has audited our book was not our auditor the previous year. and it's you. This year, we tendered the services, and when we tendered, specifications were that we looked at the working experience, the auditing fees. This is how we arranged. It's not that's how how the letters or how we just named or. Then number 3 was 6, Isaac Jangi. Out of these 6, we scored the scores that were done. Mwangi and the company who audited our books in 2023 has audited 36 SACCOs. Pemwa Associates has only Isaac Njagi 9. Now, Mwangi and the company quoted 350. We scored the company 2 out of LLP quoted 300,000, was a score 3 out of 5, bidding 3. Wycliffe Majengo and the Associates quoted 250. Score out of 5 was 4, bidding 2. And there was scored 1 out of 5, and Isaac Njagi quoted 96,000. And experience, the lowest bidder, some have only audited once. So do you members also, would you allow such a person or such a company pushing it? We are trying to ensure that everything is done the right way. And the qualifications, approval by SASRA, all the 5 marks, all of them. Then it comes to qualifications, all are qualified and are practicing license from ISPAC. All have sent their technical, they send all their technical, audit, legal audit, tax audit, forensic and ICT audit. And all of them scored 5. And the board, we recommended, the board recommendation on time by SASRA, then that's how we arrived. And that's why we are giving the options, including the Ronald's LLP, registered office, Manyani East Road of Kamwara Associates LLP, Uhuru Sacco Center, Nairobi, box 34458, code 100, quoted 350. 8890, code 100, quoted 350. So there were procedures that were used. The only thing was that the procedures were not captured. So as a board of
Thank you, MC. My name is Caleb. I'm cooperative officer. So my duty here is very simple, is to make a declaration of vacant positions in the board of management and supervisory. And this, you can find it on page 101. I'll just read the way it is. Declaration of vacant positions of the Board of Directors and the Supervisory Committee. The following positions are hereby declared vacant and due for re-election. The outgoing directors are eligible for re-elections. That is, number 1, David Alila, position Board of Director, cause he retired, comes from Wasu Electoral College. Number 2, Chrysanthos Nakitare, Board of Director, the current acting chairman. The course is rotation. Area college is Gudeha. Then number 3, Lucas Momanyi, Board of Director, course is rotation. College is Kusu, and Emily Kiveu, Supervisory Committee, rotation, that is Gudea. The election will be held on 26th April 2024 at the Sacco premises. All interested members are hereby requested to fill application forms available at the Sacco and return them on or before 6th April 2024. Vetting of candidates shall be done by the Kakamega County Cooperative Director, who shall also be the returning officer for the elections. All applicants shall be vetted to ensure they comply with the provisions of the bylaws, Cooperative Societies Act, Sacco Societies Act, and other applicable acts. Every college to elect one representative to the membership of the elections committee during the AGM. All the candidates shall be notified of the outcome of the vetting, and a notice shall be issued to that effect by 13th April 2024. All members are encouraged to vie and participate in the process. So about the representatives from the colleges, if we can give ourselves 1 week so that by either next week we have the names from the respective colleges, the 3, so that we constitute the vetting committee and be able to prepare for the elections. So we want to encourage all the members, please apply. These positions are there. If you are fit and you feel like you want to offer yourself for leadership, please, you are most welcome. Thank you. My boss has talked, and I don't want to talk, but sometimes when we attend meetings outside, you know, it pains you when you come to some meetings and it is pull and push. Sometimes it doesn't add value. So I want to advise us that, please, the director has told us that Wevarsity is in our hands. So we can either kill it or let it survive. And as leaders, sometimes you are supposed to make hard decisions, which are not comfortable always. Hard decisions. Hard decisions. I remember there was a time when we were trying to restructure our circle. We made very hard decisions. And it made some of us to stay for around 1 year without getting loans. But why? Because we wanted that business to grow. So if we want this circle to grow, it is not about you, we want to show yourself, or you, I mean, it's about, because today, this board are there, tomorrow it will be you. Kesho itakuwa ni wewe uko hapa. So please, let us be very objective. Let us not come to the meetings with the idea of opposing everything. Even why did you buy that broom? You know, sometimes we stoop too low. And I want to thank a few members here. Who have given us direction. I want to say thank you so much, because this is our circle. Asanteni sana. So that we're able to agree to move this circle together. And all of us are key in ensuring this circle succeeds. So that is my plea. As we discuss, please, as one observe, let us not be emotional. And even as you raise to ask a question, you can gauge. Because if you are asking the chairman and you are facing the members, what are you communicating to the members? It's like, this guy is here. Because let me address the chair and let them provide a solution. Asanteni. Bwana wabariki.
Thank you. Thank you very much, the commissioner. Now,
Okay, members. This is the last bit of our today's event, our occasion. we have deliberated on a number of issues, and I thank all the members who have stayed up to now, up to this time. You have the Sacco at your heart. One, we want to run very fast in the interest of time. In my report, I had requested about the FOSA earners patronizing Sacco services. I said we have a membership of around 1,500 or over, and we only have 600 earning with Sacco, who are FOSA earners. Can we pass, as members, can we pass a resolution on that first as we move? Are we, sorry? Proposals. Actually, my proposals were 3, that one being one, but we have the Emma Kiba savings, moving from 100 to 200. Anybody who suggests or proposes, or we had proposed that we move the Emma Kiba savings from 100 to 200.
I believe, Chair, you are cutting at the Sacco, that 100. You get it every month or every withdrawal?
Every withdrawal.
So that we understand.
Yes.
I support, because it is like saving for December.
Yes.
I support.
Sir. Second?
PF 1068, I second.
Thank you. About the budget, the Treasurer read us the 2024-2025 budget. Budget proposal? Yeah.
PF 232, member number 168, I propose the Treasurer's proposed budget.
Somebody second.
PF 0934, I second Treasurer report.
Lastly is on plowback. And on this one, members, allow me to say something small. You gave me the opportunity to be your chair, and I must serve you well. When I leave Wevarsity, I must leave a legacy. I don't want to be a failing chair. Where I sit, and as I see, I project, this Sacco is on the right trajectory. We have talked a lot, and on this one where I sit sometimes, if you have respect for me as your chair, I request that after deliberating, and also appreciate the members for your input. Since this thing was passed in the previous meeting, and Ken, this young girl here, whom I refer to as my daughter, if we have human heart, huyu msichana ni mtoko sana. Na amelia, ako na familia. Tusifanye kama members amee nywele nyeupe mapema. So where I sit, and if you believe in me, sometimes leadership gives direction. Na kwa kunyenyekea yani, I can even go down before you on my knees. We need to move this Sacco. Kindly let's allow this, because it's our first time. I know it's painful, we have talked about it. give us this opportunity and to watch the space. I may not talk too much English, but in leadership and other things, believe me, you will believe it. So as men and women of wisdom, hapa nanyenyekea. Hii imepiti niende kwa makoti. As your chair, kindly let's accept it the way it is and give us some space. And kama hatutafanya vizuri, we shall still come here in this hall and at least chat our way forward. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot something on borrowing powers. You have deliberated. How can we go about it? And somebody said, a member said, if we are asking for plowback, then the figure may remain. Or what do you say about the borrowing powers? Kiongozi nimeona. About borrowing powers,
membership. Do I know my membership number? Is it 863, I think? 863, Oduma Robinson, I propose.
Letter.
Police Chair.
Yes, sir.
We have two things we are dealing with now. You have started well with plowing power. Now we have jumped to borrowing power. We could have finished the plowing power before we go to borrowing power.
Okay, fine, sir.
You see, wacha nikwambie ukweli. Ukiona watu kama hawa, kuna mtu ukimwambia toa shilingi 1,000 weka hapa, ataweka tu saa hii. Kuna mtu ukisema toa hata shilingi 1 atatoa. And we are in the same ship. Hali ya saa hii si ya kulazimisha watu. Mambo ya plowing back, it is an option thing. It is an option thing. Msifinye watu wengi.
Imesikika, my brother, imesikika. You have talked. We have talked about that thing for long. Okay, as
let me finish. You see what?
But you
mesema to agree, but we cannot agree in that way. We say we propose how we can agree it.
I've noted. Martin.
No, we finish it.
My brother.
Because we need to give it a percentage.
Okay, fine.
And even other people are not willing even to do so.
Okay, fine.
It can be option.
Let us also have
Mfundi yeye inakuja kunyesha, wewe unataka kutazamia wataenda shambani namna gani?
Nimesikia, okay. Nani, Mike, please come. Come first. Nimesikia hiyo maneno ya kiongozi Martin, and Martin you are once a board director. Mimi nikiongea nikinyenyekea, I'm an old man close to 60. Na nikiongea mbele ya wazee na wamama vile wamekaa hivi na ni kama wanaona kitu ndani ya penye nimeongea, because this is our money. I was just asking kindly, who can propose and we second so that we do another. If you have something, just say, Alan. Okay, what's your resolution on that issue? Okay, kindly, that is my take on that. Let me leave the MC to continue.
Members, wakati namalizia, naomba tuwe na unyenyekevu jamani. Hatujakuwa na vurugu yoyote toka tulipoanza. The issue of plowback. Nadhani, if my memory serves me right, that is something that was discussed in another meeting, sealed, and I don't see the need of revisiting it. There's no problem unless there's no problem, sir. We respect your opinion. You also need to give us time to explain to you, because the issue of 50% is a chapter closed. Let me allow the wearer of the shoe to
Good afternoon, members. We are on the resolutions now, and I believe we are on the plowback, 50% plowback, which was not a proposal in the chairman's report. I remember it was a proposal in the last year's chairman's report. I'm not here to dictate you on the direction that you're taking, but I'm here just to plead to you members again. And at the same time, remember, the plowback also cuts into the operational issues, especially right now that I was very comfortable knowing we are plowing back 50%. I've promised, or I've already gone forth and I've paid members' loans. I've reserved what is necessary to pay dividends and interest on deposits. Otherwise, we will be members. By the way, I'm just wondering, how do I sit in a meeting, discuss and approve something? Then how do you sit in a meeting, discuss and approve something, then let the management staff and the board to go ahead and do the preparations, only for us to come back and start it afresh again? Otherwise, in the next, if today we say maybe instead of now plowing back 50%, we are not plowing, or we are plowing back 40%, yet this is something that we have discussed. We have pleaded with you guys. Chairman was here saying, if possible, he could kneel down to just say, kindly support us, grow your circle. I don't, by the way, at a personal level, I don't see why we are doing a proposal that was done last year, approved in the members' AGM, is coming as an issue today. Kindly, you can take microphone to Dr. Wanjere there.
I think, members, this is our circle, and as she has said, I think I've listened to her. It's an operational issue. You know, for budget, for money to be released, you plan early. If the circle planned to give us 50% and retain 50, I strongly believe they might not be having that cash available for us. And you know, we don't want a situation where if I want to leave Wevarsity today, I cannot go and get my money out. We have to resolve this issue, and I think I urge the members, let us accept this proposal as it was given. Let us not waste a lot of time. You know, this is our money, and we are saving it, and it is our money. It is not going to anybody else. It is ours.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
Just move on. Just continue kindly.
I want to second Dr. Wanjere.
Thank you. PF number?
1104, but there's something I also wanted to make a note on. In these writings on page 23, it says that we shall be plowing back this financial year 2023, 2024, and 2025. So people should know that. Otherwise, there was a proposal, although I have seconded, but there was a proposal to increase it. But if you pass it, then you know that even next year it will be 50%, the other year 50%.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think she has seconded the proposal.
My friend Alan, please, we have talked. I just want to go to page 12. Please, page 12. I'm just going to page 12. No, Alan, I'm going to page 12. I'm going to, no, I'm trying to, no, I'm giving you. On page 12.
Tumemaliza. Wacha tuende tukaa chini.
Members, I think that is resolved. I think I'm not going back. I cannot go back on that. Now, I think we can move to the last item on the agenda.
Members, tafadhali. Alan, sit down first. Nani, my brother, sit kwanza. Okay, let's, members, we have, okay, we are going to vote. Just a minute. What we are doing is, Alan, sit kaa chini kwanza. Alan, kaa chini kwanza. Tunataka wakuja ongea. Tuko na members, tuko na wakeni wetu, wacha waongee kidogo, wasalamie. Hello. Oh, let's have order, please. Let's have order, please. Order, members. Order, members. Order, members. Nimekusikia Alan, nimekusikia. Order. Respect me bwana. Nimekusikia. Just sit kidogo. Members.
Hello, members.
Okay, wacha tusikize commissioner kidogo.
Members. So, yes. Alikuwa amesema nini? So, members, let's be guided. Members, let us be guided. So, members.
Alan, kindly let us give the commissioner time. Members, kindly let us give the commissioner time.
So, members, I think I wanted members to make this clear. Alan, you just sit. You are a leader. Just sit. Let's have one person speaking. We can't speak all of us at the same time. What we are saying is that as Department of Cooperatives, we implement cooperative law. We have what we call Cooperative Societies Act, Cap 490. We are very strict about that. We also have Sacco Act of 2008. Then in addition to these two documents, we have, apart from that, we have rules, cooperative rules of 2004. We also have Sacco regulations of 2010. Then finally, we have bylaws and resolutions by general meetings. That is also law. We implement that. Looking at what was resolved last year, that page. Look, because resolutions is also part of legislation. So looking, just listen. You will be given time, Alan. you can't be dictating to everybody, because we are here to guide also. We are saying, looking at page 12, there was this resolution where Mr. Alan Lumwaki, member number 0378, he thanked members for not adopting the delegate system because it has enabled all members to attend meetings. Number 2, on dividends 50% plowback, good. He said good, but wanted to know how members are going to benefit from the increase of the share capital. Since members' pay slips are restrained at maximum, i.e. 40% plowback, he suggested increasing POSA products payment to 96 months. So what we are saying is that if there is a resolution which is documented, and we had begun in the morning very well, that sometimes we look at short-term benefits. We want just to get the money today, but then we are not looking at the future of the Sacco. What the CEO is saying, let me repeat, and Dr. Wanjere has also observed that we may vote, but the voting may not assist the society. So we had said, members, if we continue being at this storming stage, we formed 20 years ago. There was storming. We have remained in the storming stage forever. This is the storming I was talking about. When shall we prosper? If we have remained at storming stage, we are yet to start performing. So when will we start to perform? So that we are like the other cooperatives. So, members who are of the opinion that you can then vote on this idea.
I'll pick the attendance of those.
Let me hear from Professor Mterema, then we make a decision.
Yeah, our honorable members, I think we need to take seriously the documentation that we've done before. This is not the first time the issue is being discussed here. And it's on record. This document has what was discussed last year. And my good friend said this is a good idea. And on another page also, there is an agreement that we should implement this year. I don't think we should be debating on this and going back to bet at the same place year after year. Let's be progressive and pass this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. We may not open on. Okay.
Point, you can still pass it without shouting. Sawa. What we are saying is, you cannot continue holding everybody at ransom. Sawa. Meeting protocols. With meeting protocols, you can throw these people out.
You are bringing in an issue.
Allah.